Excuse me. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Ephemeral One, and welcome back to more Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Last time we piddled around the galaxy, basically cleaning up quests and doing even menial paperwork. So, as things stand, yeah, we were doing paperwork, getting everyone organized, powering up, leveling up, and moving on. Mapping the galaxy, trying to remember, because I believe we were heading towards Kiava Gamma. Excuse me. Which was one of the worlds where we were effectively made to... Yep. So now we are heading... It looks out west to Kiava Gamma, which is over there. So, from where we are, we want to go... Come on. Good grief. There we go. Okay. We'll just take a one. Alright, there was a malfunction in engineering chambers, the warp journey, the accelerated cogitator stopped obeying the tech priest, and for a few precious moments the ancient machines were left to their own devices. The crew managed to avoid serious breakdowns and accidents. Several of the acolytes of the cult, Mechanicus, were turned into servitors as penance, and the bosun gave out several triple watches to the voidsmen who dredged up old rumors about the cursed ship. Alright. So we have a couple of systems we haven't checked yet. So we'll go here. Okay. So, new system. We're making our way to Kiava Gamma. Okay, the system's only got 3 planets, so barring any major fuck-ups, this shouldn't be too long. Ooh, I am out of extractiums, but there is an Inquisition shipwreck. Ooh, and it is in fact a get out in the system. So, we'll actually take Cassia out, and we'll bring Idira. We haven't taken her out in a while. Excuse me. Oh. Yeah, so I won't be doing the voices too well. I'm still not 100%, but the pollen has subsided enough that I can talk relatively calmly now. I do cough still pretty standardly, but that's...
Of a commoner. Yes.
Alright. So, her 2 ranks. She has willpower. Yeah, go perception. And... unnatural luck. Let's see. Aftershock deals mental damage from Aftershock, the suffer tough. Okay. Yeah, Aftershock is fantastic. That's just basically doubling down damage. So even if you survive it, you still take more. Perfect opening. Disarray, so gets them to slow down. Which, since psychic powers can't miss, is actually pretty nice. Okay. Well, let's go.
What is it?
Alright, so there's something.
I always keep my options open.
There was something on this planet. Looks like a base of some kind. Just another random shotgun. More goods. Yep, melt a grenade. Just a Medicaid. These soldiers were killed by shots in the back. It seems they were executed by their own comrades, who then used the last charge to blow his brains out. Okay. Okay, and another Sentry's key card. Okay. So we may need that. Alright, hopefully the defenses don't auto-activate. Alright, I see it.
A job for me. Let us not dawdle.
Alright, this is a gaping hole in each corpse's head. They were brought out one at a time and shot from point blank, so these are executions. So, alright, an athletics jump. Okay. Quick athletics check, but simple enough. Okay. Oop. Do you hear that? The screaming? Passengers will keep their mouths shut. There is no screaming. No, I hear it too. Oh, Emperor, the screams are so loud. Me too. It's so loud. Please stop this torment. Why are you torturing us? So it's something only psychers can hear. Something's not right. Wardens, combat positions. Tell the bridge we have suspicious activity here. Get back. Get back, damn mutants. This isn't right. You can't treat us like this. What are you going to do to us? We want to live. Alright. Embrace the gift of decay! Alright, so some psychers lost control and the demons of Nurgle were pushing through. Yay. The squad, heavily soiled, blood and vomit, is equipped with straps that were, meant to hold them. A rotten brick of corpse starch started rations by the smell. It was dosed with sedative. And here,
keep your eye on the prize.
These people were not killed by, perhaps there was no ammunition left for them. They were brutally butchered with knives and beaten with stocks. Okay. Embrace the gift of decay. So, yeah, Nurgle got their hands on the psychers here. Alright. The small fish, eyeless and slimy, dart and wriggle about the rank water. Ugh. Alright. Crude scribblings and some blasphemous script. Okay. So we can recognize it. Alright, don't know what to do with that yet. Alright, I'm sure that script will be triggering something. They want us all to burn, burn, burn. Just a basic las gun. Alright.
Keep your wits about you.
Though the cocoon's translucent film body, rib cages are broken apart, the heart still beats. Yeah, Nurgle doesn't kill you, he just rots your body into horrific forms. And logic on Pascal. The readings indicate the ship's reactor is still running, though perhaps for not long. This explains why the ship's interior is warm. Okay. Clear a passage with demolitions. After being shot, these poor wretches had their skulls caved in around the temple as if to make doubly sure. Yeah. Alright. Warden Kappa 23322, reporting on patrol duty, main confinement cell. Atmospheric sensors indicate the presence of unknown impurities, high risk of contamination. Okay, so. What? But, oh, Saints of the Emperor, what's happening to me? You've been infected. Okay, they let Nurgle through, and probably through an airborne vector. Yeah. Detecting stream contamination, initiate global alert protocol, yeah. Yep. Okay, the plague bearer came. Alright. Tangible psychic radiation commit from Burgundian sludge, perhaps the source of vision that seized you. Broken bones have formed. Okay. Yep. So this is all just reusing corpses. What Nurgle does best. Alright.
Oh, irony.
Yep. Penetrable, no one hurt us here, no one ever hurt you again, yeah. Trap, of course. Go ahead and disarm.
And done.
Alright. Yeah, just lots of goodies that going straight to being shipped out. Yeah. Contain fragments of plate armor, rusted and covered in fungus, so those are useless. These last guns, flaming shock weapons, and containers are covered in a layer of whitish maggots and partly, yeah. Basically, they're both useless. Alright. Voidman's diary. After that last shift, they transfer me back to the pariah barracks, and everything they say about their freaks is true. I don't know if they're raised this way or if they don't have a soul, but just being near them makes me feel sick to my stomach, cold. They beat and execute prisoners. Oh, okay, he's talking about the Imperium. Okay, the Inquisition soldiers. Okay. Okay, yeah.
I always keep my options open.
Yep. Alright. Get a key for that. Okay. So there should be another key around here. If I need to go back and try the demolitions, I will. Yeah. Inquisition, we've lost contact with some... Yeah. Okay. So, we're seeing the Emperor we will won't let these blasted mutants take control of my ship. So he crashed it here, rather than... Okay. So, Vox channels. I'm naming... All crew members hereby ordered to take up arms and begin a total purge of the holds. And when that didn't work, he just crashed it. Makes sense. Psyker on board must be destroyed. Cleanse every inch of the ship with fire. Death before dishonor. The Emperor protects. Okay. Oh. Wow. Okay. The turrets and all the idiots here. Okay, Earliet. Go ahead and get behind cover.
I approach the designated
Oh,
position.
and we're... Holy shit on both sides. Okay, this is gonna be fun. Okay. No, get to your rifle. Alright. Precise attack. Okay. Then snipe. Yeah, go ahead.
I understand your intent.
Okay. Then Death Whisper. Yeah, see if you can finish him off. Nice. And if somehow you're still alive... Yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna suck. Yeah, good thing they're going after Abelard, so that's at least something. I mean, it's not that these guys are actually any kind of dangerous per se.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
Okay. So we're going to take aim. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna have her first just start shooting. Yeah.
I can do that.
Yep. And she's still got another shot. Yep. There we go. So that helps clean out some of that. Then bring it down on me. Because then I'm just going to shotgun to cover our backs. Nice. And voice of command on Abelard. And we'll actually have... Oh, that's going to be glorious. Yeah. Yeah, that's... You can't ask for better, so everyone shoot.
Your end was inevitable.
Okay. And we'll call that good for my extra turn. Then Jay's good to reload for her next turn. And they going up against Abelard, and yeah. Yeah, his parries are just fucking devastating. Okay. Gods help you when I get to Pascal's turn. Okay, starting with Abelard. He has his... Yep, go ahead. Cleave. Then endure, taunt, yep, and wall of rockweed, and even bulwark, and brace for impact. All right, and from there, Pascal. Now we get to some fun stuff. Alright, Pascal, your big area. Yep. Pentakill, I just got a trophy for. Yeah, that seems about right. Then... Spirit Communion. No one else is near him. So we're just gonna go... Claim... we can also go for a shot. Doesn't have enough AP left. So we can offhand claim bounty on... Well... Yeah, it works. Then... On the trail, sure, he gets a free turn if they don't. Okay. Now, as far as I can go... Let's have... I mean, realistically, I've only got... Yeah. Like Psychic Shriek. 19 to 28. But that kind of kills everything if I do that. Finish the job. Oh, nice. Free attack, basically. Then my actual shotgun blast. Okay, nope. Then J, I'll have her take a turn. And she's got her spray. Yep. Nice. Alright. And she also has, for hers, Finest Hour and Orchestrated Firestorm. So another Firestorm. Nice. Okay. And she's still got a second shot, so... Okay, that's all the backside, so good work, Jay. Then, yep, we're good from back here.
Mocking me.
And thankfully the turrets are they're in the way of the turrets, so that's useful. Alright. Because Visions of Death equal to 21 plus... Yeah. Or... Let's see. Her first... Let's see. So she can either do Fainting Attack... Nah, I think I want Idira doing Elusive Shadow. Okay. Just trying to think. What... Suffer, Willpower, and the other one is the... Next hit against will be crit. Right. Okay. Not in all truth. Huh, the corrupted turret would basically shrug it off? Huh. Okay, I'll analyze enemies. And just shadow. Okay. So let's go. Oh, wow. Yeah, that Nurgle regen's real fucking good. Okay, so let's go... You're the highest level, so we'll get rid of the Poxwalker Guard. So, then go for Precise Shot. Yeah. There we go. Oh, and she gets another one. Nice. And then... No line of sight, no line of sight.
If it serves your cause.
Nice. Okay. Alright, Jay. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. So, one shot to finish you off. One shot to finish you off. Or start on this one. Yep. Okay. And Spire Abelard. Okay. And Abelard, go ahead and try and finish this one off. Okay. Then charge. Go ahead and taunt. Then endure. Hang in there. Pascal. Alright. They are still techs, so this should still be effective.
Requests approved.
Nice. Okay, hopefully that did stun it. Yeah, I think it did. Okay. And honestly, we'll leave it there. Then for me, I'm gonna get up. Alright, I'll get out of the second one's line of sight. And switch over to Lasgun. Assign objective. Take a shot. Hey, got 3 damage, so when I was only rated for 0 to 1, so I ain't gonna complain. And voice of command. Pascal. Yep, can't really do much more. Alright, and Adira. Okay. She can consign it. Wow, I didn't realize, yeah. Next attack against every enemy in combat will automatically critical hit. We'll just do it as consign against you.
Was that you?
And forewarning on. Okay. Iliet. Well, we're at a point where she can move up. And accurate. Remove its. Alright. Aim for the opening. Go for the shot. Okay. Then, well, in the meantime, it can take that. I don't think it can hemorrhage, but we can at least put some damage on it. And if you still exist, next turn, you get damaged. Okay.
Watch my back.
Alright. Press the advantage. Then rapid fire. Yeah. Go ahead. Rapid fire here. Nice. Okay, that was some nice cumulative damage. Then, since Iliet is around, go ahead and add some more. Alright. Every extra shot helps. Okay. Jay's got more ammo. Okay, can't. Okay. Move, move, move. Abelard, get... I think, yeah, here he would be able to hit both. Sweet. And actually, we'll leave that there. And Jay's good. Then, yeah. Has to pick one, but we'll go... Yeah, try and get the corrupted turret up front.
Back in the cold.
Nice. Okay. Then... Go ahead and endure. Taunt. And... Yep. Okay. So he should be fine to take the attacks. Alright. Right, Pascal. Yeah, see about hacking that one. Dismantling attack, he's just short. So, just do the buffing. And we'll call it good there. Then... As I say, alright, try the sensory, I doubt it means anything. Then... let's have Jay shoot. Rapid fire. Alright. Yeah, nah.
Never cross a cosmic.
Nice. Okay. And then my own shots. Go back to the shotgun. Yeah. This way I don't have to worry about it. Alright. An assign objective so we all get extra points for killing him. Alright, Adira. We will... Okay. Nah, okay. Yep. Yeah, only two. I figured as much. Okay. Well, we do have the toxic needle. I just had to do it just because it's funny. Okay. Earlier gets a free shot. Oh, first thing, she's got to reload. Okay. Finish it off. And... Yep. Alright. J... Okay, she can move to here. So she's got no chance of hitting anyone else with this, but go for the full barrage.
You've got a problem, I've got a problem.
Alright. And... Nice. And... Yep. Abelard. You know what? Bring out, because we did get this, the multi-melta. Yeah, I thought so. And there we go.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
There we go, folks. And another rank up. Love to see it. Let's see. Medicaid, Persuasion. Not that I really need it. But Commerce. Demolition wouldn't be the worst. Excuse me. Yeah, picking up some Demolition. Or Coercion. That puts us up over J. If your child allows the use of explosive to blast containers open and break through closed doors or block passages. Honestly, I'm gonna go for some more coercion. And toughness. Willpower could definitely be one of ours. Because that increases the power of our withstand the horrors of the warp, yeah. And we've seen how bad the warp is first time, so having more willpower definitely will help. Okay. Pascal. Awareness is not his strong point. Demo wouldn't be the worst. Lord Xenos, Logic, of course. Imperium. God, Jace is... Okay. Yeah, Logic will go. Keep his strong point. And Intelligence. Weapon skill, he's already up there. You know what? Give him some ballistic skill to match it. Abelard. Let's see. Resist negative effects. Yeah. Then Fellowship or... more strength. Or what? No, weapon skill, actually. Yeah. He's my frontliner, and he's been there the whole time. Perception, yeah, she's one of our highest. Not, yeah, the highest, so, yeah, perception. Giving her additional Lord Xenos would not be the worst thing. Because there's some high checks for Lord Xenos. KJ. Yeah, Lore Imperium. Commerce. Coercion. Giving her more demolition wouldn't be bad either. Ballistic skill. Agility. Yep. And... Idira. $70. Yeah, willpower is about as high as she's gonna get, so let's go with... Yeah, let's go with perception. Yeah. And awareness or... Lore warp. Yeah. J, minus 160. Jesus. She has might. Holy shit, I hadn't seen this. What affects her lore warp? No heresy. What is no heresy? Okay. I assume features. Talents. Disarray, keep your disarray. Perplexed. Okay, so she just currently has a, yeah, 3 stacks of perplexed for the moment. Archetype talents, warp features. Okay, those are active abilities. Oh, wait. I'm in, I came off of J at some point. Okay. Okay, it must have been, okay.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Alright, check the corpses. Doesn't look like there's anything. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything to raid. Oh, we did miss something, though. Over here? Okay. Right, those need the key. Okay. Got a little distracted. Nope, nope. Nope, nope. Yes, this over here. The corpse has been crystallized and turned into a translucent sarcophagus. Sealed within is the slop of the organ. Okay. The walls of the lift have coated with a layer of putrefying goo, contains revolting growths. The bodies of the people trapped within. Okay.
I won't let it define me.
The crude scribblings of blasphemous proved to be impenetrable and to decipher. Oh, okay. So that's what's causing us
Is there
perplexed.
money to be made?
We're confused by what we're becoming, okay. Alright.
You will beg for mercy, and I will grant none.
Oh, okay. More idiots. Okay. And the occluding sphere. Ah, the ship's engine has been taken over by Nurgle cultists and is being used. Okay, well, this is the boss fight, I take it. Earliot. Yeah, you can go here. J, up. J, we'll have you up in the middle. Adira. Let's have you on the other side. I'll hold middle ground. I'll hold middle ground about here. Pascal, you're up on that front flank. And Abelard is up on this one. Okay. Well, truth be told, the way this is looking, Death Whisper, the engine. Nope. Missed. Deals damage. Negated. But the hemorrhage effect is... Okay. Oh, okay. So, we did inflict it. Okay. So we did get damage there. Then from here, let's go Aim for the opening of... Yeah, that's a full Plague Bearer, so we'll go get the shot off on that one. Alright. Nice. And if you're in our line of sight, that guard, the guard will get shot next turn. Okay. Yeah, going after Abelard. Oh, right, because he's got the Melta out. Which may end up being the better choice. Alright, Pascal. Yep. And... Intimidation. Yeah, clear out some of them. Then look to collect bounty on this one. Nice. Alright, that demoralized them a bit. Then let's have you... Prey will be... Set prey on the... Plague Bearer. And analyze the occluding sphere. Okay. I believe you start with 3, so we'll have you go for the Poxwalker Guard and the other one. Okay. For J, we'll move her up. And we can go the rapid fire route. Nice. Okay. Then take aim for no one I really need to move per se. Actually, Pascal, bring it down. There we go. Alright. Anything we can do to the... I doubt it, but it's worth a shot. No, that did do some damage. Okay. From there, then, J... Ooh, excuse me. J can... Voice a command, Abelard. And we'll call it good. Alright. Nice. Adira. Well. 8 to 15. No, it's a free attacks. Oh, it'll... Alright, well, psychic him. You know what? Just blow up this one's head. There we go. Forewarning on Abelard. And go ahead and just be nondescript for the moment. Fainting attack. Alright. And keep analyzing the sphere.
Just a minor setback.
Alright. Get the sword and shield back out. Yeah, let's get mostly him gone.
Gray hair, sure hair.
There we go. And taunt. Alright. Bulwark. And let the man set up. And we'll call... okay. We'll break through. Might as well. Okay. No suitable path. Oh well. Yeah, small fries. But I'm assuming the small fries are only small fries because we still have to get rid of the big thing in the middle of the room. Alright. Let's see. Shotgun. Can't hit both. Alright. In which case... You know what? Go ahead. Orchestrated... Yeah, orchestrated fire team. Yep. Okay. In which case, I can then move here. Then blind view. Then Jay, go ahead. I hit it, so you should be able to get a free shot on that. And finish. Nice. Alright. Then Air of Authority. Okay. Yep. Love having this shield back out. Okay. Yeah, they're probably just going to keep regenerating until we get to the big orb in the room, so... Okay. Hemorrhaging, so it is taking damage. Yeah. Gruesome kill, yeah, there's a bunch of debuffs on it. It has no deflection. Huh, I expected it to have more. Has some damage over time effects. Blessing, there we go. Active abilities, Blessing of the Rot. Nurgle's powers create a shield that grants it host plus 3 MP and will be removed if this creature's temporary wounds reach 0. Sphere is immune to all damage and most common effects. Death control deals direct damage to it. Okay, Psyker Majorish and Anchored. Okay. So yeah, it's a kill everything till it falls, officially. Okay. So, well, let's get rid of the Plague Bear. Or attempt to, as much as possible. Alright. Sure, finish this one off. And you can keep hemorrhaging. Nice. And if you're still alive, go ahead and you'll get shot next round. Yep. Yeah. Alright. Pascal. getting into there. There, that should get him... Yep. You'll love to see it. And his shot. There we go. Then... So it's not going to take damage, officially. So we just got to keep punching through all his little guys. Okay. Simple enough. That's fine. J. Oh, she can get a shot on him. Sure.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Okay. Meantime. Sure. Press the advantage, though. We're kind of overdue for that anyway, so... Yep. Got them both. Alright, that's some more damage. Simple enough. Then bring it down on Abelard. Go ahead. Nice. And endure. Alright. And J... Yeah, we're good from there. Idira. Yeah, just start. Any of these guys you can pop, just like... No line of sight. Oh, perfect. Cuts and scracks appear. Okay. Cuts and cracks, huh? Oh, yay. Forewarning Abelard. As he goes for the Plague Bearer.
Reduce to dust.
Alright. Yeah, start moving up. Okay. And charge. Okay. Shotgun to you. Yeah. Yep. Then I don't have line of sight, so I can't see anyone anyway. Okay. Yeah, we're not looking bad, folks. I mean, we've taken off a third, maybe two. We're moving towards a half of its HP, so we've depleted their forces pretty handedly so far. Yeah, and we've managed to set up a relative choke point. And so long as we can keep them... Because that's the thing, Nurgle's forces are slow. They're inevitable. But that doesn't mean that it is impossible to set up points to at least minimize the damage they can rack up. Alright. Let's get you into a good sniping position. Alright. Let's try... Because at this point... Poxwalker Guard.
You cannot force me, Elantok.
Okay, so she officially doesn't have a line of sight to that. Oh, she really doesn't. Okay. Huh. Well, at the very least, we can finish off this one. Then... Yeah, if I could hit them... Yeah, I don't have line of sight to them. Okay. Expose weakness. Just because. It's invincible, so it's not actually going to take damage, but... yeah, we could shoot it just because it makes me feel better. Same with this. Yeah, it's not going to do anything, but it makes me feel better.
Brace yourself, Avalon.
Alright. Yeah.
My vow is to serve.
And Brutal Swing is just that, brutal. Okay. Go ahead. Hey, it did stun him. That works. Sweet. Okay. Yep. And as they march towards us. Hang in there. Yeah, Abelard's able to hold his ground, so... yep. Alright. In this case, J... you know what? In this particular case, Abelard. Pull out the multi-melta. Too much? Yeah. Okay. Alright, go for the swings.
Victory is imminent.
Nice. Okay. And you know what? Daring Breach. Nah, we're getting him fully pumped. Oh, right, he can't while he's in melee, that's what it is. Which, simple enough to fix. He doesn't get... so long as he's got this, he doesn't trigger... okay, no, it has to be melee. Okay. Well, in that case... alright. Into the... keep swinging. His cleave, yeah. Here we go. Alright, then move up.
At your back and forth.
Yep. You'll love to see it. Okay. So you can choke point here completely. Then... so close. Oh well. Alright, and Jay... you've still got some shots left, so... yep, okay. Damn. Oh well. Inspire. Because for those, gets damage for every, yeah. So he gets more damage for the next round. And voice of command, he already has. Okay. And Adira. Yeah, you can move up. Psychic Shrieks. Yep. Yeah, get the Plague Bear. Because they're the ones we need to drop drop damage on the most. Got that. Analyze the enemies, or I'll analyze the plague bears. And joint analysis. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, we're getting more, but we're pushing through. It's at what? Half HP? Roughly. 102, yeah. Okay, Abelard. Go ahead and cleave.
You a target.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. So move up. Then please break through. So who would we want? Nice. Alright.
I will
Wall
do
of
my duty.
Rockcrete. And debuff them. Brace for impact. Okay. Pascal. Yeah, we just need to get Pascal into a position to block, but they get to move first. Okay, before the next round. So, how do I want to do this? How is their next attack to deal additional damage? Yeah, press the advantage. Yeah, so I would have the potential to kill even the Poxwalker guard. Damn. Okay. Well, Pascal, you finish it off. You got a shot. There we go. And any chance we can stun this one? Alright. Alright. Already had... Oh no, he doesn't have voice of command on him. Alright. Yep. Yeah, them going after Abelard is fine. The man is a goddamn monster. Alright. This is just a slog, pretty much. Yep. My main tank and my dodge tanks. Yeah, but that poison is starting to bite into everybody. Alright. Early Go ahead and aim for the opening. That's the prisoner. Guard. Let's go for the guard. Well, actually, let's finish off this prisoner. Alright. Then...
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Yeah, we're about 2/3 of the way through, so we're not doing bad. Yep. And Pascal still just cleaving through the weaklings. Gods, he's good at that. Debuff him and analyze for the next round. I'd love to move him forward, but he's doing so good on what he's doing. Alright. Yeah, I'm out of hunt. Okay. God, it's the fact that Abelard is able to just stand there. Okay. Alright. Press the advantage. And if she wanted to... Yep.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs. Just remember the name.
And then the extra shot with the other pistol. Yep. Anyone she's allowed to get a free shot on.
Never cross a Kazbalikan.
Nice. And orchestrated. Sure.
I hold all the cards.
Okay. And we're good there. Adira. I'd say pick out a... Who can we pop? Sure.
Be gone.
Yeah, every little bit. Man. Yeah, him just being a solid goddamn wall is just the funniest thing. Okay, I can hit all three of these idiots. So yeah, we'll go for that. And one goes down. Then taunt. Wall of Rockcrete. And endure.
At your beck and call.
The man just stands. That's all he needs to do, and that's all he does, but damn if it doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, press the advantage. I mean, my next last... Yeah. 42%? Of fucking course I managed to hit him. Of course. I'm sorry, Pascal, that's on me. I misclicked. Alright. And... just go for a single plasma shot. Nice. Okay. That is on me. Alright.
I've suffered worse.
Yeah, no, this is really disgustingly funny. Alright. Yeah, Pascal's greatest damage came from me. So... Yep. It is truly impressive. Alright, early at. Yeah, the prisoners are all easy shots, so... Okay. So what we can also do is move up here. Or move her over here. But those are all small fry that Pascal's gonna get, so I'm not that worried about it. So in truth, I'm gonna move her over to start picking off the real problem children over here. Okay. Where's a plague bearer? Alright. Accurate shot. Okay. So go ahead. On the plague bearer here. Yep. Alright. And final. Yeah. Go ahead, add some extra. Then. Yeah, go ahead and add poise to strike. Okay. And we're good. And Pascal, keep cleaning out the weaklings. That is disgustingly useful. Okay. And then shoot. Yeah. 25 HP left, so. Alright. J. Go for the spray. She can get the free shot. Alright. Yeah.
Whoa! I want the medal for that one.
And her single shot. Yeah. Alright. And go ahead. Keep buffing Abelard. And Adira. Alright, who can you pop? Yeah, pop one of the Plague Bears. There we go. There it is, finally.
What advice do you seek?
Let us not dawdle.
Goods. A Sergeant at Arms seal. The ship's log encrypted in least, but the last entry is written in Gothic. Inquisitor Uton Hall, captain of the Black Ship. Write this record for the eyes of the faithful, serving the Emperor who may chance to read it. My vessel dutifully departed Terra to collect Imperium's rightful tithes from its local worlds. The main confinement cell was the source of the insurrection. I have given an order for the passenger holds. Okay, yep. So, just what we expected. He crashed the ship to try and prevent this from spreading. And at the heart of it, Unholy Shard. Alright. Well, that was a fun fight.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Alright, what other goodies do we get? But yeah, it was just a horde battle of just wear them down. Guide for Voidsmen. Alright. I miss anything else? No, it doesn't look it. Okay, so nothing in this room, but there are some others. Double back on ourselves. Was the chest over here? Alright. We got the Inferno Pistol, one-handed, range light, Melta weapon proficiency, and the carapace. So 4 deflection, 60% armor. Damn, this is just really good heavy armor. Oh no, that's coming with me. Okay. Yeah, okay. So, as far as the pistols go, the person I would love to give them to is Jay, but I doubt she can use it. Nope. And heavy armor would go ideally on Abelard. Let's see how it looks. 55 to 60, 5 down to 4 deflection. Plus 2, but his get fellowship and dodge, yeah. And yeah, can't wear heavy armor. But, okay. Could wield the Inferno pistol, but I prefer the plasma anyway. Idira. Nope. Theoretically, no, even I can. Okay, I don't have melt-a-weapon proficiency. Huh. Pascal does. Abelard does. Yep. Huh. That she doesn't have... Yeah, she can only really wield the exotic ones. The blast... Okay. Yeah, I kind of want to get rid of needle pistol for something rapid fire. Bolter weapon proficiency or Melta? Okay. Either way.
I always keep my options open.
Inquisition Trooper over here. Alright, nothing major. Alright, and that was it. And if we wanted to clear this passage... Alright. Okay, burst out of the cocoon. Medicae. Okay. Extra goodies. Okay. And that's about it. So, something got lost in Nurgle. And off we went. Oh well.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, no, nothing else here. Okay. Okay, and there would have been... a way to jump down from there to here. Oh well. It was... just another sign of how bad things are for the Imperium. Lord Captain, this is the Voxmaster Vigus the Otta Toilman speaking. I hope your heroic expedition was a success. What will be your further instructions? This machine spear, the vessel is dead and defiled. It should be sent to the Omnissiah proper nuclear funeral rite. Blow it up, basically. Let the dead follow the dead. Send out a boarding party. Let them destroy the unholy site. Technicians strip the vessel of anything valuable and make sure they keep quiet about what they are about to see. Oh yeah, no, we'll... Do we blow it up from its own system, or... No. Just have them destroy the unholy site. It will be done, Lord Captain. A boarding party will immediately dispatch to the... Okay. Yeah, so... Yep, and now it's just the plasteel, which I don't care much about. Have plenty of that as it is. Alright, that was a nice little experiment. Oop, something else here. The augurs have detected the remnants of an ancient mining ship that crashed on this planet. It looks like it was carrying equipment and settlers to a new mining site. Searching the ship might prove useful, but it carries certain risks. Sure. The search team was able to retrieve the last surviving an extractium. Sweet. Just one, but hey. If I find something really useful, I'll be sure to take it. And this looks like an island world. Jungle world. Nothing of value. Okay. Okay. So we can chart new systems from here. Okay. Only new places to the left there. Before we do, let's check how our colonies are doing. Foulstone, is it building something? Dirty bureaucracy. Okay, that's the only... No, it's not building anything, and we do need to do it, so... Alright. Alright. Janice, working on something? No, but I can't build anything else at the moment. Because... must be completed in the Protectorate Giants. Or I need more reputation with Casablanca mission to make the Rose of Zamarkand. Yeah, so I'm waiting for Casablanca reputation. Okay. Dargonis, our homeland. Okay, we can either build the... Oh, right, because I was hoping to get the Arbitus. But I need more reputation with the Imperial Navy. Read any. Following must be completed in the colony. Shield of the Emperor. Nope, we can't do that anyway, so guilds are the most audacious. Underhive. So we get... Okay. So, frag grenade, mark. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with the guilds. Alright. And Vibos just completed a project. So let's see. Alright. Okay, the only thing left to build is Dreamless. We would need less than 4 for warp guides. Or no, greater than 4 security for warp guides. Or have the Giants to get the underground workers. So it'll have to be the Dreamless. Alright. Building what we can at the moment. Okay. While that's going, let's... Yep. Let's actually reduce the... Make it as safe as possible. Oh. There's something going on in the Foulstone. Alright. Oh! Oh, no, we actually have to go to Foulstone. Where is that? I'm trying to remember where Foulstone was. Imperium. Where was Foulstone? Let's see. No, wasn't Mundus. Was... Yeah, here we go. No, that's Janice. Foulstone was... There's a shipwreck in Foulstone. I'm trying to remember where the hell that is. Which system was that in? That's Vibo 6. That's Footfall. Gas Giant. All right. Okay, we'll just have to go one by one. Trinitos. Yeah. Oh, it's Trinitos. Okay. Oh, okay. So that's where it's marked. Okay. Alright, so we'll go deal with this system first. We're here. We did the warp. Alright, so let's check. This system real quick. Okay, do a quick save. Because God knows what the void ship remains might lead to. Lord Captain, the augurs cannot determine whose ship his approach belongs to, but the telemetry clearly reveals it as an Imperium vessel. The hull is badly damaged, but there is air in some of the chambers, which means they are hermetically sealed. What are your orders concerning the discovery? Order to prepare my troops for boarding. I will personally take part in the expedition. Yeah. All right. We who walk the same passageways in the same bays day after day, who are born, live, and die in the hum of the ship's machines, we forever hunger for the smallest glimpse of another life, and for the chance to see the heroes who tirelessly fight for us from the glory of the Imperium. So let's have a tale about the Lord Captain, by the will of the Emperor and guardian of the... Alright. Like a dead well cast ashore from the inexorable force of the swell, the wrecked vessel confronting the sight of its unwitting visitor, some bays still retained an atmosphere, but there was no life anywhere. The ship was dead. Its machine spirits dissipated in the darkness of space. It was just a husk left, and the rogue trader's crew were to become scavengers swarming its carcasses of the fallen Leviathan. She decided to train the penetrating gaze of the augur rays on the damaged ship. The augur's keen eyes scanned the eerie vessel, identifying the void ship was gravely damaged and was in the process of final erosion. There was very little time to explore it. 3 sectors seemed to be the least damaged: the bridge, the middle, and the service bay. After exchanging a series of trills and warbles in their mysterious and ancient language, the tech priests responsible for the augurs reported to the Lord Captain that they had glimpsed signs of valuable components in operation in the service bay. Alright, to have a dear at last feel out of the course. An unholy psyker she may be, but even souls as dark as hers submit to the Lord Captain's will. With hostile eyes upon her, Adira sank into a trance. When she resurfaced, she reported that the ship had been victim of the warp. The bridge had suffered worst of all. It was a section that provoked the greatest anxiety and trepidation in the psyker. The service bay was the least damaged section, though Adira spoke of it with no particular interest. Alright. Lord Captain had decided which of the 3 teams she would lead, and which 2 would be entrusted to their officers. There would be known the names of the honest people who stood before a rogue trader in that moment. The taciturn, grave young So-Han, whose word was as firm as his handshake, Captain Vesti, whose jokes will be remembered by everyone decks 3 to 5, Captain Matina, the senior officer of the 3rd unit, known to many as Grey Matina. She had been leading units back when the current crop of scouts were snot-nosed kids. No one on the deck had any doubt that navigation inside the wreck ship would be difficult. The units would be separated by kilometers of twisted metal, dead modules of devoid of atmosphere, collapsed passageways, and hull breach the size of a house. The only thing connecting the brave teams would be the delicate thread of a box link. And so after weighing the options, the Lord Captain decided to go with... well, I'm going to go to the bridge. They said that's the worst affected, and so that's where I'll go. Young So-Ho Son and his unit, who were heading to the bridge. From here on, we will relate the events based on what we have learned from the witnesses, the people who accompanied the Lord Captain on tour of the dread ship. The shuttles were started up one after the other and dispersed, each heading for its selected target. An hour spent on cutting through the hull in the freezing vacuum of space, a fussy boarding, and then finally, the rogue trader stepped out into the cold, dark deck of the dead ship. The light of the torches revealed that a sign in the gloom, Fireborn. After a minute-long exchange with the boxmaster, who quickly checked the archives, it was established that the dead vessel was that of Captain Nova Van Dane, registered at Kiaba Gamma Port. Every minute spent on board threatened to end in disaster. The ship's days, or even hours, of existence were numbered. From all sides came the sounds of distant crumblings. The floor underfoot trembled every now and then. The captain hurriedly moved deeper into the compartment when she suddenly felt the slightest puff of air brush against her neck, followed by a soft sigh, almost as if someone had leaned in close, opened their mouth to whisper a dark, tantalizing secret, and then fallen silent. The only thing was that the Lord Captain stood entirely alone. Well, we have high willpower. The Lord Captain summoned all of her willpower so as to not succumb to fear. From here on, where simple mortals would already be trembling and weeping, the rogue trader only gritted her teeth. Shrieks and moans could be heard close by. Others were gripped by the illusion too. Young So-Han, the unit captain, barked out orders. His team held back their comrades who had fallen, victim to the uncanny terror, and who were struggling to break free and run deeper into the cursed ship. So a few minutes had passed. The unit, though scared and senseless, was ready to continue. Sound suddenly blared from the box, which was tuned to the 2nd unit's frequency. The words sounded muffled, as though the person on the other end wasn't speaking directly into the box, but desperately pressing the transmit button while occupied with something else. Never seen anything like it. It's beautiful. Hold on, wait, is it moving? The words are cut off by a strangled wheeze, followed by static. Young So-Hong listened to the transmission, the final rasp, with a surprising calm expression, then pressed the box button in a similarly calm voice, and let loose a stream of florid swearing, which centered on casting aspersions on his interlocutor's intellectual capabilities. Turning to the rogue trader, he remarked, "Apologies, Lord Captain. Captain Bestie from the 2nd unit is well known for his pranks." "Crap. Lord Captain's with you? Comes Bestie's voices from the speakers, followed me by, "My sincere apologies, Lave. I just wanted to spook the guys a little." Lord Captain Bestie will be severely disciplined on the expedition and demand a report on the unit's activities. And command and demand his final report on the unit's. Solved the show merely asked for the report on the... Yes. Alright. Captain Vesti reported that his unit's foray had so far proceeded without incident, mystical or otherwise, that he had found no survivors from the ship's crew or bodies for that matter. However, the unit had encountered a problem. The passage to the deck section with the arsenal depot was seriously damaged, especially with the power cables. Proceeding further would be dangerous. After consulting the officer, issued new orders for Vesti's unit, using logic. Vesti's headed off to carry out their orders while the rogue trader and their team continued on. After spending several hours wandering down dead passageways, Young Ho Son's unit and the rogue trader reached the bridge of the Fireborn. The oppressive feeling had not dissipated. It was as though the bulkheads of the ship were steeped in the terror and pain of the people who had vanished without a trace from those decks. On their way there, the unit found no signs of the struggle or bodies of the crew, and served only to deepen their unease. After examining the bridge, the scout unit discovered that the captain's principal cogitator was still functional. The final log entry had identified a damaged PIC recording that no one in the unit was eager to view. Proximity to the cogitator alone was unsettling enough. With each passing second, the remaining of the bridge was becoming more and more difficult. Took a risk and watched the recording. Alright, willpower test succeeded. The recording contained a message from Captain Nova Van Dyne. It was almost impossible to make anything out in the pic. It was only the captain's hands gripping the edge of the table and flashes of iridescent light. The captain was speaking crisply, almost calmly, but there was also short, almost inaudible breaths, exactly what the rogue traders team had been encountered when they first boarded the ship. And it would even seem that those sounds were coming not from the recording, but from the gloom-drenched corners of the bridge itself. Kiava Gamma had fallen. The Fireborn broke orbit under fire from an unknown enemy and left the system. The Captain Van Dyne, when recording, with the tone of an officer reporting to her superiors, we encountered pathological warp activity. The crew is reporting failures in the Geller field system. The ship is doomed. Whoever finds this recording, I ask you to hold a prayer service for our souls. Also ask you to keep the family relics of the Van Dyne line from Kiava Gamma. The relics are stored. Okay. There was nothing left to do on the cursed deck. It was time to return to the shuttle. A message came in from the unit led by the seasoned unflappable Grey Matina. The captain methodically reported on the service sections their team were already examined. They found nothing of value. They found no bodies. There had been no incidents. And the search was proceeding as normal. The unit was waiting for the Lord Captain. After distilling salient points from Great Matina's exhaustive report, after returning to the shuttle, Reflin received reports about the Fireborn status. The tech priests who relentlessly pierced the Rexes with the Augur's gaze insisted on curtailing the operation as soon as possible, fearing imminent destruction. There were also reports from the other two units. The second unit had succeeded in moving through the danger zone and had returned the shuttle with a valuable payload taken from the dead ship's stores. Grey Matina's unit explored it without incident, had marked valuable components for later disassembly. Okay. Honor the mass. Gave the final honor the memory of the Captain Nova and the Van Dyne and her crew. The last request of the fallen captain had been fulfilled. The improvised funeral began with a brief military salute, and the rogue trader herself recited this prayer for the souls of the Fireborn. Just as any honest servant the Emperor who had dedicated their life to voyaging through the darkness would honor their fellows and mourn their deaths. Time was up. The scouting party returned to the ship. With one last look at the Fireborn, the rogue trader gave the order to fire upon the dead vessel at range, for that which was born in fire should also perish in fire. Alright. So we probably got some components. Yep, nothing too much. Next planet. Just a random lava world. Okay. Yeah. Managed to keep young Sohan, because I get the feeling they'd have died if we hadn't. Oh, there's something here. The rings. Giant rings on the planet's surface can be observed even from orbit. It emerged from a planet native species of giant insects similar to Terran ants. Just like the ants, they sometimes form so-called death spirals, in which one creature follows another without realizing they're going in circles. Okay, so it's just ants walking in a death circle. Unfortunate. But that's the unfortunate. Nature has to create. Nature sometimes creates unfortunate things. Oh, provisions. Don't really need them, so gonna keep moving. Detected void wreckage in the void ship vicinity, but the exact nature of the wreckage remains unclear. Okay, so nothing major. Simple enough. Alright. So we've got a couple places we can still go. Chart new courses from this system. Okay, so... Alright. The only way to get... Alright. So Filestone was in this system. Alright. Your ladyship, I humbly ask you great me one audience to perform a series of outrageous breaches of discipline that threaten to dissipate the dynasty's coffers. Okay. Somebody's looking to steal from me. Let's see it. Okay, what is it now? Unfortunately, I can't really I don't have the breath in me to do the voices. But, your ladyship, I must report the systematic and flagrant attacks on the dynasty's coffers perpetrated by your companion, Mistress Haydari. The Emperor as my witness, the worst rumors of her thieving ways proved to be a significant understatement of reality. What crimes has she committed against the Treasury? She is extorting bribes and oblations, gifts, favors for herself. In particular, she is exploiting the rumors of a connection between herself and your ladyship to unscrupulously gather bribes from all and sundry. Hinting at how displeased your ladyship will be to hear if anyone cooperate. Myself and found myself... Oh boy. How much has her chicanery cost us? Surprising by the question, on a protectorate-wide scale, the astronomical sum she has extorted from us seems negligible and not worthy of notice. Nevertheless, I cannot help but be outraged by her blatant exploitation of your goodwill. Alright, bring the embezzler to me. You wish to see me, Chevy. She bestows a dazzling smile upon you and a look of pure contempt at Donrock. I have been informed that you have been soliciting bribes. Bribes? What Ashmag besmirched their worm-eaten lips with such a scurrilous lie? Actually, don't tell me. I don't even want to hear their blackened name. I have never demanded bribes from any of your vassals, but I have willingly accepted the gifts they have offered. Is that a crime? Mistress quibbling over semantics. She may not demand anything directly, but she drops heavy hints. But the hints to the habits of a rotten venal soul accustomed to doling out bribes left and right, and thereby draining the dynasty's treasury. So no, Downrock, how much of the von Valancia's fortune you have squandered by handing out bribes to people who did not ask for them? And why do you not receive enough through working with me? Shireen, I extract profit from everything as my nature. When a desert lion catches a scent of blood, he will eat even if his belly is full. For who knows when the next feast will come. And besides, what girl doesn't like receiving gifts? I is worried you're exploiting your privileged position. If I don't try to worry less, it's not good for his slanderous little heart that pumps blood around his ungrateful carcass. But I am surprised he was not worried before, when he showered me with generous gifts the moment I arrived on board. Of course I will not accuse him of trying to buy my favor. The factotum's face changes to color, matches jacket, whose collar suddenly appears to be digging into his flabby throat. However, the source of these blessings dried up as soon as he learned of our connection, Shadeen. I considered it profoundly wrong that our affection should have been such an unhappy effect on my material well-being. Therefore, I took upon myself to remind the factotum of his previous largesse. Donrock, the bumbling suitor, you dangle after my companion, and now you're trying to settle the score? I don't want to... Like, I have to pick a side here. Because there's no middle road out of this. And basically, Danrock... So he basically tried to win over Jay and failed. Alright. Bumbling suitor. Lets an incoherent burble, sweeps into a bow, and hastily beats a retreat. With a vicious smile, Jay remarks in his wake, "Who could ever trust the word of a man who douses himself in perfume and cover up his body odor? Everyone knows that the sure sign of soul prone to deceit." Okay, so it was a petty personal issue. We'll just leave it be. Alright. Shipwreck, so... Yeah, we need to get to Foulstone. Actually, checking our journal, what other... Okay, contracts... Yeah, neither one I really want to spend, because that's just provisions. Rumors. So, Burning Worlds we're looking for, bit by bit. Plundered vessel containing ancient machines. Spans for more ships like this one. Okay. More Calcazar, Stolen Stars. Inevitable Triumph. Okay. Alright. So we still... Like... Okay. By the way, Dargonis also had something. Lord Captain, there has been a tragedy on Dargonis. Governor Drivestem has been dedicating most of his time to restoring the astropathic choir lost to the warp storms. But the psychers he assembled were struck by an unknown affliction. They heard something, and it cast them into madness. The astropaths lost sleep, and started clawing at their skin and flesh and muttering gibberish. Eventually, they went completely berserk. They had to be eliminated. And now only a few of the most resilient astropaths are holding up the connection to Dargonius. But how long will they last? Alright. So where did the former ones come from? There's complaints that Governor Drivestem has devastated minor astropath choirs in his protectorate. He scaled them down half through blatant abuse of authority. To make more people from these choirs would mean depriving ourselves of the connection to other worlds. We could try to hire sanction psychers from other domains, but they will be few as the roads to the Imperium are perilous. Getting by with the resources that are available to us by seeking fugitive astropaths and having them trained. Okay. Alright. What am I... Did we know the cause? No. Okay. Astropaths are among the most finely trained servants of the Imperium and who have beheld the light of the Emperor himself and gained a special bond with our master. I strongly advise to recruit only sanctioned psychers who are capable of keeping their talents in check. If they are not enough, the Inquisition will assist you in locating and acquiring more. Lady Theodora had not only had enemies in the Expanse, but friends as well. Those whom she helped out, rescued, and saved, I think, helping him. Among them are several powerful planetary rulers who possess... Okay. A lot of psychers on my home planet, Lyra, Lord Captain. Do you know why? They were not despised, persecuted, or enslaved on the black ships. They were sheltered from raids, educated, and respected. Of course, it's all done in secrecy. Okay. If I go with that, I get Witch Collector. Rogue Trace parties gain fellowship bonus. Momentum when using a psyker. Disciple of the Damned. Daemons, Chaos Creatures, Psychers, and Navigators deals minus 10% to Rogue Trader and their allies. An extra security. Or Psychic Ward. Unsanctioned Psyker, Psychic Awakening, Veil Degradation. Where it deals plus damage with all Psychic. Yeah, reach out to our old friends. A ship carrying 24 astropaths soon arrived at Dargonis. The descended surface covered head to toe in protective amulets as if going to war. The news of the tragedy that befallen the previous choir had spread quickly. Each of them conveyed words of amity from the rulers who had sent them, and each asked permission to visit the family crypt to pay tribute to Lady Theodora. There had been no recurrence of disastrous astropathic madness. Okay. So there we go. And that's still being built, so we're good for now. Okay. Alright. Let's keep going towards Kiavagana. Alright. Yeah, let's keep moving towards Kiavagana. Reduce the costs. And one more. Because I get the feeling that... Alright. Chart new courses. There we go. Horda Serpenium. Tenebris Aquae. Well, we still haven't checked this system, so we'll do that. Alright, there's an artificial facility and an unidentified object. Alright, adamantine. We'll keep that in mind. Alright, let's see it, folks. Save, and let's see what Recoliger's plot is. A ship that once traveled the galaxy is now suspended in the silent void like a gnawed carcass of a giant monster. When the rogue trader's voice ship approaches, the Voxmaster reports its incoming message. A colony of the Imperial subjects have made their home in the bowels of the ship. They welcome. Sure. This'll be worth a laugh. Take Adira out and take Argenta. Alright. Let's see it. Alright, Argenta, and for your rank, demolition? Yeah, demolition. And ballistic skill. I can't do that anymore, so agility. Alright. Welcome, your ladiness. Please, come right in. Our chief will see you. And you nitwits, quick, get your kicking and get to work. Alright, so ship stranded can't really work, but...
An initial survey of the vessel indicates that my exploratory brethren have already performed a requiem rites here. Further examination...
The Lathanos Pride, the surface in mind, the history of the family of the Coronis Expanse.
What about the sagacious marauders rooting around in the guts of this dead colossus of the void? Talk to them. Wisdom can be found in unexpected places, Shireen.
The family ship perished on its maiden voyage. Lathan alive never... Okay. So this lost...
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Alright, so this is a lost ship. Hello, your ladiness. A tired-looking woman of indeterminate age, clad in the work clothes, breaks off from her task to greet you. She freezes momentarily, clearly unsure how to address you, then says simply, Your ladyship, Please excuse me, I really don't know your name. Welcome to our little colony. May the light of the Emperor be with you, and with us. My name's Reda Machismova. I'm in charge here. What is this place? We just call ourselves Reda's crew, and this place is Reda's camp. That's it. We're collegers, scavengers in the common terms. She does not speak the word scavengers with any kind of disdain. On the contrary, there is dignity in her voice, the kind with which one would announce their affiliation with a respected guild or family. Tossing a glance at Pascal, she grimly adds, "And our work here is all legal, even though your brethren have no liking for us." Pascal stares dispassionately at Reda, with a hint of disgust. Evidently, he has not even considered the possibility that replying to this creature's words could be anything other than a heresy. What do you do here exactly? Right now we're gutting this old heap of junk, slowly but surely. That's a recoliger's life for you. They drop us off at some decrepit station or an ancient battlefield, and we just sit here for years on end. We look for working tech, valuable materials, or whatever else might be useful. If we find anything, we sell it to the passing ships. Not the easiest job out there, and these wrecks are chock full of all kinds of dangers. But, and I swear it on my plasma torch, it's an exciting one for sure. This little bird's got all kinds of bells and whistles. Most of the tech is dead, but we do find working pieces now and again. We spent 2 whole months clearing out this shaft we found. Finished just 3 days ago, actually. And we found this thing. A bit weird looking, but it's still functional. Reda's expression brightens a little. Perhaps your ladyship would like to buy this component from us. I'll bet that a big shipper you've got could use plenty of use out of it. Pascal's vox crackles to life. Imperiously he tells her, "Present the object, laywoman," but curiosity creeps into his voice nonetheless. Sure, why not? I'll buy it. Well, isn't that something? The Emperor himself must have smiled upon us. Reda makes a triumphant gesture. I mean, thank you, your ladyship. You'll be pleased with the results. So what do we get? Magnus class rechargeable batteries. Okay. Her mood visibly improves. You know, your ladyship, it's kind of embarrassing to offer you this, but over the corner there, we keep things that we don't rightly understand and can't really use. You could send some of your people to check it out if you'd like. Clearly you know more about this stuff than us. You might find something useful. You take pride in your trade, I see. Sure do. It takes skill and luck and a good head on your shoulders. We risk our lives every day, crawling on top of these old buckets. But if something goes wrong, we die by the score sometimes. One moment we're there, and the next we're gone. Kind of like worker ants. But you know what, your ladyship? Our job also has something, how should I put it, poetic about it. Hope you don't judge me too harshly, and I don't take it in insolence, but some people, even big people like you, think too highly of themselves. Let's say your ship hops into the warp someday and doesn't hop out of it in time. And around 1,000 years later, another gal like myself, who needs to be fed her 3 ankle biters somehow, will be rifling through the remains looking for anything good. That's just the nature of things. Each of us comes and goes. But the way the world works, it stays the same. We all have our lot in life, and mine is just as good as any other. You are amusing, little monkey. Your life is shorter than a moth's, and you spend it digging around in the carcass of dead, malevolent metal. But you speak of eternity and the stars. I like that. It's like seeing starlight reflected in a puddle. And dogmatic, there are those. You speak, the world is set in stone, none of us can change anything for the better. Do not dare talk of another world. Highly of myself, I'll leave you in doubt. You speak as though the world is set in stone and none can change anything for the better. There is something to your philosophy. It's what my gramps taught me. He was a recologer and a foreman too. Had some fancy schmancy thoughts in the head of his, but he lived to ripe old age with them. In our line of work. Which means those thoughts weren't all bad. Can you tell me anything about this wreck? Not much. We're no eggheads, you know. We're manual labor. It's an ancient thing. Pretty ain't dangerous, but we don't really know much beyond that. Before we came, some tech priests had done their own bit of gutting. I mean ritualing. Bowing to the spirits and all that. That lot don't tend to leave a whole lot of valuables behind. It's true. But it's way too scary to go in before them. And hey, we dragged a dozen of their broken servitors out of the mines after. The carcasses smell awful, but you can pluck a decent number of parts out of a servitor and sell them. Doesn't seem like there's anything nasty living inside the wreck now, but the wreck itself barely holding together. You go a couple modules from here, and that's it. You won't take another step without fearing a broken reactor might cook you. Alive, or a whole module might disc pressure. Well, it's nothing we haven't handled before, so we're having a poke at it. But we don't have a clue what this ship or and who it belonged to. You know, I can't take you from this place. It's not safe here. And sooner or later, it will drift somewhere so remote nobody will ever find you again. But this is our whole livelihood, your ladyship. You take this from a... Okay. Okay. Your ladyship, Ralph, please don't take it as insolence, but it's not like I have much choice. It's not often that we get well-stocked ships around here. We could certainly use more provisions. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Ransomware fragments, valuable parts. Okay. Lock container. Something from the door inside. You can hear the... Okay. Alright. Pile of rubbish. Among the wreckage was an instruction manual for the duty officer how to access safes. You can obtain the... Okay, what was that? You can obtain the code from the safe by logging into the ship's cogitator. Okay.
Let us not dawdle.
Alright. Ship's machining tools look a little worn, but well maintained. And the ship's cogitator. Okay, so it's in... Apparatus, gurgles, alcohol... Okay. So their personal still... One of the depictions of the Emperor. Okay. So nothing too major there. Carefully packed. Alright. Anything else good? Just lots of random goodies.
A Xenos among humans. Inviting her to join us is like clasping a serpent to your bosom.
Don't monkey believe that hardship brings fortitude. Use me as a whetstone for your spirit if you wish, but keep your impure speech to yourself from now on.
Do the office conventional code to the old safe. There we go. Yep. Alright.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Alright, that was easy enough. Oop. Some other goods here.
Traveling in the company of Monkey is very unusual
Yeah.
and enlightening.
Where the human is driven by a desire for knowledge that pleases the Omnissiah, the Xenos is driven by a morbid curiosity to invent new evils.
Ooh, Eldari's sword. Gains a 25% bonus to parry. And... Okay. Minus 10 to... Okay, not bad. Alright. Rita. Alright. Okay.
Is there money to be made?
Sweet. Okay. Simple enough. Well, they want to stay. There's not much I can do for them. And new lava world. Ooh, Prometheum. Bizarre ruins. The bizarre structure observed from orbit appears to be a ruined estate of a wealthy noble. Further reveals the remains of Envirodome, a landing pad in the main manor. The servants' quarters. It is impossible to determine what exactly happened. The search team had found something truly disturbing in the main hall. The opulent clothed skeleton sitting at the dinner table. The table is set with gold plates covered with old blood and piles of bones. The bones on the plates are clearly human. Of course. See if there's anything valuable. The scout team returns with some expensive weapons taken from the skeletons after Okay. And we got an assault las gun. Ooh. Rate of fire 5, 10 to 15 damage. Okay. That might actually go to me. Let's see. Assault las gun. Yeah, that's 10 to 15. 10%, 30 armor dodge. Oh, but okay. The assault one -1 to dodge. Okay. We'll keep our current one, but that's still pretty good. Alright. Unidentified void ship. Here we go. A Vox notification from the auger crew drowns out the usual noise on the bridge. An Imperial vessel, the Dark Piercer, and its escort ships are headed your way. Your archives make no mention of either ship or its owner. As the ship's captain contacts you, first introducing himself as the Pilgrim, the captain greets the rogue trader courteously and offers to purchase any information you might have on crystal phlogiston deposits. Why were you looking for them? The captain's coarse laughter echoes Imperium. How exactly customers are going to use his name is concerned. All is okay. All right. The mention of phlogiston is different prospect of a deal. Okay. Pros a deal. Valuable information exchanged for phlogiston. Yeah, sure. We'll negotiate. The captain of the Dark Pierce is the best in the best of spirits. His gratitude. Okay. Then, somewhat conspiratorious tone, the Pilgrim relates the story of the standoff between two Xenos fleets, which he was told by an acquaintance. The person in question, sadly enough, died at the hands of the Inquisition before they were able to pass on. However, the Pilgrim knows for a fact that the vessel met its demise on an ocean world. Okay. We could try shooting it down, but there's no point. Alright. And just another dead world for some plasteel. Alright. Sorry, folks. One thing I want to check is... Alright, let's go to the bridge. Because I want to check in on... I do want to check in on, because they, I believe they're now merchants, so there's someone we can trade with. All right. All right. So we're still waiting to get our hands on the Imperial Navy. Okay. Well, Kiava Gamma's not far away now. It's just going to take a little bit more. Not easy, but we'll finally have the third planet under our belt. So, nope, down. There we go. So, reduce difficulty. And one more. Alright. Oh, another Eldari system. Okay, quick save. Alright. Maybe we can save these elves. It'd be nice. Alright, there's a big... Okay, unknown ships there and the space battle right next to us. Sure. A violent battle following before the rogue trader's eyes. Patrol ships from the charter fleet are tearing apart two small Ardaver. Once they finish with them, the void ships give chase after a third, already destroying it as well. Sent a message to Incendia's shortest fleet, ordering them to stop the battle. Ships, this group of Xenos are malicious criminal. They are guilty of... Analyze the intact Xeno ship. Yeah. Despite the presence of some weapon, these Xenos are more likely meant for transporting cargo, Xenos themselves, rather than direct combat. Yeah. As for some, the patrol... It likely means there is no conclusive proof the system is some time to target pirate raids. Okay. Ceasefire and... Yeah. Yep, unwilling to engage in open battle against the flagship of a foreign dynasty. Yep. Meanwhile, it is rapidly distancing itself from the recent battle, attempting to hide in the shadow of the nearest world. Every attempt to contact it met with frustration, and the Voxmaster reports that the vessel is in deplorable condition. Who knows how much more the Xeno technology can endure before... Persuasion 10%. Wouldn't I be able... Oh, well. Alright, let Irliet speak to her kin. Wow. The 10% passed. 2 watches pass, and the Xenos finally decide to answer Irliet's pleas concerning the Yantak's assistance. Guard lead asking how they, exactly Monkey, can help their vessel. The Eldari note that the humans' primitive technologies are incapable of healing the Eldari vessel's wounds. The suddenly benevolence of one of the human is equally incapable of bringing back those who have perished in the recent engagement. I'm not going to bring them on my ship because that's just asking for more trouble. Mercifully grant the Xenos provisions and medicines. These half-heartedly thank the rogue trader and turn their ship towards a different star's and inevitable death in the void. No words are exchanged on the bridge, but everyone understands that a wounded ship will never make it there. A few Terran days later, a blue flash at the edge of the system confirms the vessel's unfortunate fate. And only a thin figure of the Eldari stands motionless against the backdrop. A short gesture of gratitude or attempt to save those who could. Yeah. Here it comes to the Lord Captain, haggard but still holding on to hope. She says that she came aboard the Monkey vessel and set off into the darkness in hopes of finding her kin, but found only corpses slaughtered by humanity's hatred. And though she and Lord Captain were not always in agreement, the Irontac still tried to lend a helping hand. In gratitude, she promised she shares the coordinates of her kin's cache. Like, they weren't going to get on our ship. We also know. Like, you know that wasn't going to end with them on our ship. Alright. Something here. planet is devoid of even the most primitive forms of life. However, the crew has made quite a strange discovery. A mirror lying right in the center of a huge crater. Completely ordinary mirror and frame by all appearances pretty... Oh, destroy that shit immediately. That's a chaos item. Destroy it immediately. Blast the crater, raising a cloud of dust that blocks the augury, confirming the mirror's destruction is impossible. Oh, fuck. No. No, that's... They're gonna tell me there's some secret thing to that. No, that's a chaos item. Okay. Alright, let's save. Okay. Can we get there? How bad is this? Eldari ships, Drukhari ships, Chaos. What's it gonna be? A fellow enemy rogue trader. The universe is full of all sorts of shit that wants to kill us. Block some of your... Oh, okay, it's Drukhari. Huh? Looks like they're not the only ones, though. Sigil-class destroyer. Frigate. And our own. Huh. Okay. All right. Let's see. Start with some damage. Nice. Dorsal. Of course. Yep. Yep, we'll call that good. Short burning plasma torpedoes. Alright. Destroyer. Alright. That's fine. Alright. Leech torpedoes. Alright. And go ahead. Nice. Okay, so we could go for a ram. Let's start with the attack beam. Alright. Alright.
Macro cannon! Open fire!
Damn. Okay. Go up alongside. Could flip around. Alright. Alright. Okay. And... Yep, we'll just launch some more torpedoes. And call it good. Not bad. Scratching the paint. Oof. Yeah. Okay. Well, we can go here. Yep. Nice. Okay, well, can at least fire the starboard cannons.
Let them taste our fury.
Ooh. Dorsal missiles, hopefully for the finish. Nice. Okay. So where we can go is up here. Then go for the laser attack. Alright, then up the side. Oh well. And we'll see if they run away. Alright. Honestly, okay. Alright. I am amazed they didn't move. And torpedo control. Alright. Okay. They didn't move, so they probably can't, but oh well. Alright, system's a little safer now. Alright. Planetoid. Yep. With some plasteel, nothing major. Alright. Desert World. What'd she say? Mining World looks a little like a filthy and hospitable hole. Loyal subjects freely toil. Okay, yeah. And then a Hulk. Vigilant member of the Auger crews detect a small Xenos vessel drifting through the void. The ship is unpowered and shows no sign. Send out a boarding shuttle, see. Squad boarded the vessel without issue. The corrosion laid waste to the ship's system, which led to the death of the interior is full of Adari corpses. No weapons were found on board, and the Alright. The Xenos eerily claims to recognize the symbols as dead Aldari's clothes. They were civilian refugees from the craft world. Unfortunate. Well, we tried to save who we could. I feel bad. We didn't get... Ah, well. Okay. Chronoc. We can make this as safe as possible. Alright. Here we go, folks. We finally made it. Kiava Gamma, the final part of our protectorate. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's see it. Lord Captain, according to the telemetry, we are in the system of Kiava Gamma. The main industrial world of the Von Valancius dynasty. However, astropaths report the attempts to contact Governor Goprak have been successful. But wait, the Lux is silent for a few seconds. Lord Captain, under report, Gabagama is sending a request to exchange data. Should we accept? Reply with our own request. As you command, Lord Captain. The Voxmaster switched to a nearby comm channel to relay your instructions to the crew. For several minutes, nothing happens. Lord Captain, reporting. The Manufactorum is ignoring all our requests and continue to send us its own. The longer we do not accept the messages, the stronger and more persistent these incomings will become. I've never seen anything like. Suddenly, a deafening screech erupts from the bridge's Vox system. You hear the violent tirades of garbled Bidhar code, and then the low chuckles of machinery. Lord Captain, and the interference detected in the compartment's Vox systems. Looks like the void ship bridge is being cut off from the rest of the void ship. The void ship bridge sound of working cogitators, office footsteps. The everyday scene is interrupted by ear-splitting beeping sound, followed by lumens going out. In the dim glow of the candles, the emergency lights, one of the officers in frame cry out. Another falls to their knees, clutching their head. Over the beeping of boxes, shouts can only be heard. What's going on? The doors are locked. We've lost contact with all compartments. Our ship's been hacked. Okay. One of the bridge officers turns to the throne. Lord Captain, the Vox stations are malfunctioning and overloading the system. None of our outgoing transmissions are getting through. The incoming ones that do make destroy beyond interpretation. Decipher the incoming Vox transmissions at all costs, or continue sending orders from the bridge and request status updates from other compartments. We need to know what's going on. Decipher it at all costs. Proceed. A team of decryption experts gets to work. Data tethers are inserted into sockets that connect to the cogitators. One of the Vox clerics leans over the console, another is writing something on a piece of parchment. But then she bursts into maniacal laughter and stabs herself in the eye with a steel quill. Another scream. A tech priest who was mid-prayer tears himself into pieces with his own mechadendrites. More and more lunatics are mutilating themselves and lunging at others. Portion of the PIC recording damaged after contact with unknown object, and an enforcer shoves a rabid servitor away from the Lord Captain as she executes one of the lunatics and roars a series of orders at the rest. The madman's body falls at the rogue trader's feet as her commanding voice, magnified by Vox amplifier, carries all over the noises. She orders the crew to master themselves immediately, promising to personally execute anyone who fails to do so. After all, we are an officer. Some of the lunatics quiet down, others try to snap out of it. One pins her hand to a panel with a dagger to stop herself from moving. Another fervently whispers prayers. Some return to the cogitators, others lean over the wounded. Shots ring out. Those still on the rampage are executed by the rogue trader herself, as promised. Scrap code. The voice begins on the on-deck engine seer, who has turned to the Lord Captain from his station. We have been attacked with scrap code, a tech heresy designed to corrupt machines. The transmission received from the planet was infected with taint, and is now running through our ship's veins. The Omnissiah preserve us. The Voidborn officer appears before the Lord Captain with a whatever it is that's attacking us. We have backup procedure that we can circumvent the Vox barrier. In the atrium leading to the bridge, there might be a terminal for an isolated system that might still be unaffected. A loud pop, the pipes over the officers' heads burst, and a blast of hot air flings the Voidborn away from the Lord Captain, his body slamming straight through a cogitator panel. The picked frame spins uncontrollably, and the servo skull was jolted by the gust. The servo skull, the picked recorder fogs over, and the Vox picking up the crackling electricity and a death cry. Gas on the bridge! A junior attendant shouts out and instantly doubles over, inhaling the poisoned air. The rogue trader carry on with their duties until the very last, runs from her life from the bids. No. Gives order to evacuate immediately. Get everyone out of here. The rogue trader personally oversees the evacuation. Bring in plasma cutters. Get the wounded to the exit. The officers repeat her orders. When the servo skull following the rogue trader reaches the doors, they fall to the plasma cutters and crumble outward. The rogue trader is the last to leave the bridge. Leaning on a support beam, the rogue trader takes several deep breaths, trying to flush her lungs with air. Then she straightens, smooths her uniform, and heads towards the goal known only to her. The servo skull follows. The atrium is in a state of panic. Silhouettes skitter about in the dark hall, illuminated only by the flicking of emergency lumens. Curt orders and someone's feverish words of prayer can be heard. Having lost all communication, the beheaded ship is writhing in agony. It takes a while for the Lord Captain to find the cogitator mentioned by the fallen officer. The panel on the isolated terminal is riddled with cracks and bloodstains, and on the floor by the terminal a tech priest is lying in a heap with his head smashed in technical liquids mixed with blood oozing out onto the ports. Lord Captain decides to take her chances restoring the terminal. The rogue trader rips the power key off the tech priest's mechadendrite and opens the cover on the terminal. Sparks fly into her face, but she is confident in her manipulation of the tangled wires and clanging levers. After replacing the cover and ensuring that the system is restored, the Lord Captain brings up the required data on the screens. The maintenance bay is sending out hundreds of desperate distress calls that have gone unanswered up till now, when the machines went out of control and started turning people insane. Others, driven by some hateful and paranoid logic, started butchering the servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The tech priests have sustained heavy losses, but the remains of the cult are still holding the line. Out of everything that's happening on the ship, the situation on the maintenance bay is the direst. Lord Captain knows where help is needed most. She decides to head to the maintenance bay herself. The rogue trader arrives not a moment too soon. The crew, frightened out of their wits, have already cornered the priests of the Omnicide and are about to execute them. Lord Captain stands between the angry mob and the tech priest, her sheer presence already giving the crowd pause. Partially cutting off any objections from the crew, the rogue trader orders the officers she gathered on the way here to escort the mutineers out and set up a guard post outside the bay, where the tech priests begin to offer desperate prayers to the crippled machine spirits. The walk to the bridge is uneventful. The crisis has passed. Although wounded and crippled, the ship nevertheless is returning to its normal operation. Life on the bridge is as bustling as ever, even though the people are surrounded by destruction. The senior officers have the situation under control, and the people have been organized. The emergency crew have already finished repairing the pipes, the technomats are setting up cogitators and consoles, and the healers are bagging up what few corpses there are and examining the wounded. By the comm station, the rogue trader runs into the boxmaster. Praise the Emperor, you're in one piece, Lord Captain. The situation on board is satisfactory. I was just in the middle of setting up comm channels, and soon the boxcasters will be fully operational. Another man appears in the picked frame, a junior officer completely out of breath carrying a heap of scrolls. The boxmaster nods at him. Ah, there are the reports, Lord Captain. If you find yourself able to return to your station, I can immediately give you a rundown of the state of affairs of the ship. Lord Captain, the boxmaster's voice is quivering with exhaustion. The situation has been brought under control, more or less. It will take some time to eliminate all the consequences of the attack completely, but the vessel is capable of motion. We may even be able to conduct a warp jump if you feel we should leave the system. Allow me to bring you up to date. Fortunately, the bridge suffered only minor losses. The reports mention only a few casualties that have already been replaced. Kiava Gamma went silent after transmitting the harmful signal. I will refrain from sending inquiries to the industrial world to avoid a second attack. I'm afraid we have exhausted our options for remote analysis. More information can only be obtained by closing the distance or even sending out a way party. The box clicks and Hendricks joins the channel. This time has come to remind you about our agreement, Reflum. I must be present in your entourage during our expedition. I am counting on your cooperation. Alright. And there's some unknown ships around our planet, too. Okay. So, because of our ability to command people, we were able to keep things relatively safe when our ship got hacked. Alright. We only took 1 point of damage in the previous fight, so we're good there. And actually, void ship management. Let's increase our hull. Yeah. Yeah, might as well. Yep. Ash World. Oh, something here. The dwarf planet is marked as on the Von Valancia's protector charts as Atli, and serves as a backup source of water for the habitable worlds of the neighboring systems. Due to the abundance of bacterial proliferating in Atli hydrosphere, the extraction of ice was stopped half a century ago. But, much to your officer's surprise, the augurs detected an unidentified mining rig. Okay. Presumably the excavation aimed at extracting clay materials near the surface core, enriched with iron and other metals. Well, yeah, I can send a scouting party. Yeah. The Extractium turns out to be Incident Corda's latest investment, whose dismence is located within just a few jumps of the Kranak system. While this world is of little value to the Von Valancius dynasty, your officers see this as gesture as an attempt to test the boundaries of the newly minted rogue trader's leniency. So, the Central insist on confiscating and rebasing the Exactium that was illegally set up in our territory. Pascal notes the unusual composition of Atlas core. Subsequent development will allow the extraction of rare refractory metals. Heeding this advice, the rogue trader decides to keep the Extractium for herself. Graciously allows Corda to feed on crumbs unworthy of the Von Valancian attention. Just destroy it. Rogue trader orders to behead everyone on the illegal mining rig and send their heads to the Senor Corda with the very best of wishes. We'll take it for ourselves. It's in my territory. Easily assume control of the frightened workers, and token security crew do not even resist. The Extractium's machines are restarted shortly after, filled with precious ores. Okay. So, plasteel. Okay, let's get to the fight. So who's it gonna be? Who will it be now? Who will it be? Who will it be now? Let's see it.
You are going to do battle with them in this crude vessel.
Alright, what are we looking at? Looks like Chaos, Infidel. Iconoclast. Okay. Looks like yeah. Okay. Well, we'll just get into the mist. Yeah, I can get a shot in.
Fire at will.
Alright. And we could do a quick warp jump. Yeah, just to make us... Alright. Okay. Meh. Alright. But you didn't fire any torpedoes, I know. Probably should have, but we'll see. Alright. Whoever this destroyer is. What's going to be more interesting here is in a moment. Alright. So yeah, ports. Okay, so alright. Next shot's got 2 extra range, so can at least get one of them. Alright. Then let's go do a maneuver. Spin around. And get some damage there. And pull their torpedoes out. Alright. And if I do a push just one space to the right. Starboard, yep. Can get some damage in there. Nice. And dorsal weapons are limited, so okay. Yeah, okay. And the only other thing I theoretically could have done is ram. Okay, and we'll just move ahead. Yep, we're good. Okay. Now, hopefully our ally gets to survive. Like I said, hopefully, but we'll see. Alright. And... oh well. Nice. One down. Alright. Well, let's see. Well, we can at least blow this one up. Nice. Alright, so first things first, the increased range on our port shot. Nice. Then beam attack. Alright, so we can... okay. Alright. Launch missiles. Okay. Go ahead and go for a jump. And we can come around here to get some shots on them. Yeah, because unfortunately, starboard, yeah, I can get at least some dorsal missiles on them. Something. And yeah, we'll just swing around over here. And fire our main cannon. Yeah. Yep. Oh, I can still get some more damage on them. Target's too far. Okay. Yep. Going after my missile. Okay, can live with that. Yeah, now that we're out of the mist, they gotta turn around. Because we're obviously the bigger threat. Alright, countering torpedoes with torpedoes. And the Infidel class will at least be able to send our... As I say, I should be able to send my torpedoes right underneath you. Alright. Dorsal missiles. Ah, there we go. Port side. Okay. So let's go. Okay, so I can come here.
All hands, prepare for acceleration.
Go ahead and drop this. Should be able to get... Alright. Nice. Alright. And go ahead and add the torpedoes. Okay. Yep, and the torpedoes will be able to easily get under you. Oof. Oh well, there goes our buddy. Okay. Torpedoes. Yep. Main cannon. Yep. Alright. Then port side, starboard side cannons.
Salvo.
Yep. So port is the other side. So yeah, turning. Yep. And there we go. Cleaning up. And launch some more torpedoes. Okay. Yep. Alright. Yep. Alright. We're out in the mist still. Yeah, not much more we can do. Meh. Scratched us barely. Okay. Well, not much we can do. So they'll just explode harmlessly at the end of this round. Yep. Nice attempt. We will swing around. Yep. And then we can warp jump. Okay. Alright. Can I get... Yep. Alright. Slow down. Yeah, here we go. And the torpedoes will more than likely be able to finish him. Yep. Because being in the mist slows you down. And there we go.
I have missed this feeling.
And another rank up. So, we now have focused efforts, allows both abilities on one post for one turn. Where both abilities are on cooldown, their cooldown is reduced by 1. Reinforced shields. Shield pulse. Vulnerability scam. Or warp wave. Turn 45 to ship's maneuverability. Okay, actually warp wave. Let's see. 10% more scrap. When using a post ability, there's a 20% chance the cooldown will be 1 round. When approaching an enemy, the flagship shuts down non-essential drift on noticed enemy ships. As a result, most encounters, larger enemy vessels are surprised and act later. Shield now inflicts -2 speed penalty and no firing range penalty. Repairing the void ship requires less scrap. Deals twice additional damage for each tile traveled. You know what? Rugged repair. And speaking of, all repair, 7 units. Yeah. Lets us build up some more. I really should. Yeah, get the RAM leveled up too. I don't ever really use it that much, but when it'll come in handy, it'll come in handy. Okay, here we go. Our next major titular place, Kiava Gamma. And the Manufactorum. Who are we taking with us? We have to take Henrix, he's our healer. Which is, he's backing up Pascal. Jay... No, let's take Argenta. If we're going to be taking one Holy Roller, let's take the... This probably isn't going to concern Earliot, so... Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it, dear. Alright. Alright. Let's see how it goes. Alright. Henrix frowns as his eyes sweep over the Manufactorum's dark halls. No solemn ceremony, no personal meeting with the Magi. I fear we are too late and we won't be dealing with clandestine heretics after all. Binharic arias for alarms stream out of Pascal's Vox synthesizer. In their neurotic, broken rhythm, you can sense a call to arms and a warning of danger. We'll learn nothing by standing here. Let's just go. Interrogator nods, continuing to stare into the surrounding gloom. Alright. Real quick, we got another rank up. Alright. Last volley. The master tactician will randomly make 2 attacks instead of 1 during our last volley. Multiple times per combat, once per turn. Wow. All allies, including the master, have a weapon capable of burst attacks. Use burst attacks instead of a single attack. Part of the okay. All allies, including have a weapon capable of air attacks. Use these attacks instead of a single attack against the part of the orchestrated. All allies with a zone gain 35% armor. You know what? Can be used multiple times per combat, once per turn. Yep. I can keep using it. Pascal. Prior to the attack, all prey suffer a penalty. Movement point to restore 3 charges of hunt down the prey. I like that. Yeah, no. It restores his movement points and he gets to hunt more people down. Abelard. Until the end of the next turn, the Vanguard cannot die. Until the start of the next turn, all damage suffered by the Vanguard is reduced by 7. That's huge. Next turn, each attack made by the Vanguard makes them a priority target. Until the end of combat, all allies in the 3-cell around the Vanguard suffer less damage. Or until the end of combat, the Vanguard gains +3 momentum for each attack that hits them. Oh no, he cannot die and he suffers less damage. Henrix. Willpower. First time momentum reaches 200 during Psyker's turn. The Psyker gains... Okay. Eternal Glory. For him... Exploit weaknesses. Hey, Nate. Lore Xenos, yep. And more ballistic skill, or... No, willpower. First to combat, the Archmilitant reached 0 wound while in effective... Nah. Bonus to hit... To critical hit. Oh, 2% to bonus... Yeah. I can very much see that. Just building up the constant crit chance. For her... For Argenta... Until the end of combat, the artillery attacks do not spend all MP. Yep. And Adira deals additional damage equal to 40% missing wounds instead of 25%. Till the end of combat, whenever the assassin hits an opening, they gain extra lethality, or if the dispatch attack kills the target, all enemies in 3-cell race around the target gain +2 stacks if disturbed. Nah. Dispatch deals additional damage equal to 45%. Okay. Alright, folks, here we go. We finally made it to Kiava Gamma, and we've probably taken so long the cultists have had a chance to really set up and prepare for us. So, I'm sure this is going to go poorly. Oh well. Corrupted servitors.
Keep your wits about you.
The servitors before you appear as though they are performing some elaborate, confusing dance. Striking strange poses, they rock back and forth with their arms at peculiar angles. Upon your approach, one of the servitors jerks and turns to your direction. The rest immediately repeat the motion. The strange scene is complemented by a grating sound, dull clicks at the edge of your hearing, coming from an unknown source. Observe the servitor closest. Based on the cursory inspection, you conclude that servitors were designed for precision work on the assembly line, possibly circuit production. The number of high-quality, expensive augments in their bodies greatly exceeds basic standards. The servitor's hand moves. It is slowly reaching towards you. Avoid its touch. Yep. Gently and swiftly, you step away from the servitor. It stretches out its hand as if trying to blindly touch you in a space that you have already left. It stills once more. It seems its brain is incapable of quickly processing the changes in its surrounding. Find the source of the clicks. Soon enough, you locate the source of the clicking. On the back of one of the servitors, a tumor oozing with murky ichor is growing straight through the augments. The relays coated in inflamed tissues are blocked, hence the reason for the persistent clicking. A mutation in a servitor? The tech priests typically reject the use of flawed soft tissue for their constructs. Perhaps something has caused this aggressive growth, and quite recently. Alright, go for it. Failed. A clumsy twitch of your hand. Okay. Servitor's head turns towards you. The box built in the throat lets out a screeching sound. Okay, yeah. Alright, so Argenta, honestly, just take a few steps back. Dira, about the same. Oh, Henrix, no, you're up front. Argenta's good. Adira, yeah, just towards the middle. I'll just take a step back. Pascal, you can take center room. And Abelard right here. Okay. This won't last long. Alright. We'll start with burning them. Then switch over. Alright. Alright. And switch back over. To shoot again. Nah. I'm plenty pleased with what's been going on. Go ahead and dash. And kick the servitor.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay. That's pretty good for Abe. And then that pushes them together, so Abelard can move up, do a cleave.
Indeed.
And just go ahead and endure. Yeah. Yeah, Pascal's fine. Henrix, yeah. These guys are fine. Adira. In all truth, we just need you to blow their minds. Yeah, everything else is unnecessary. These are servitors. They're about as basic as you get. Psychic Force. Word of the Emperor. Everyone gets that. And mark the sworn enemy. Confident approach. And then just smack it. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. Go ahead and assign objective so you die. Everyone gets some more momentum. Pascal, get a free hit.
Personally.
Go ahead and intimidate. And go ahead for the free hit. There we go. And for me, press the advantage. Yeah, I'm using the las rifle, so... Yeah, 77%. Okay, just wanted to get a little chip damage in. Alright, Pascal, that's your actual turn. So, go ahead and stun that one. Machine Spirits, Blessing. And then... Yep. So they're about done. Let's see. Yeah, sure. Revel in Slaughter. Move here. Then switch over to the Flamethrower. Wildfire. Yep. And... yeah, run and gun. Nice. Alright, Enablard, finish off the last one.
It will be done.
There we go.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
Alright. Before I use an ancient but wholly typical console intended for use by people not trained in the mysteries of ministering machine spirits. The cogitator is completely silent, but as you approach, you sense the warmth emanating from the metallic casing, a telltale sign that the machine is working. You discover the local data crypt with the contents collected by either previous operators or machine spirit itself. Study the archives stored on the cogitator. The vast data repositories contain millions of strings of related receiving raw materials for processing, shipping process materials ahead, and schedules for sacred rituals to be performed. Okay. So this one's fine, it's just records. View the log. The first log. Discovered data crypt contains either previous operators, the machine spirit itself, which is hidden by the protection of the machine spirit. Okay. Your knowledge of machine spirits is sufficient. Trick systems, subdue it to your will, a false query, a crafty manipulation of the controls, and you get what you want. Instrumental terminals have already been replaced, and the material delivery systems are being prepared for divine transformation. The execution of the new procedure has been delayed, for there are some in our ranks who doubt the words of the fabricator censor and his votaries. And there are some who are not susceptible to the enhancement protocol that carries our tech comrades to enlightenment. May the deliveries of fate be merciful to our great work. Praise to the truth that will reveal the path to knowledge shrouded in darkness. Okay. So, the tech priests here lost the plot. Okay, and that's why everything's kind of awkward. Okay, makes sense. Oh, there was actually... oh, okay, box of goodies. Okay.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Alright. I mean, it's a big...
Thousands and thousands of voices crying out for salvation. In hope. With wild promises. Their pain.
is your reward, interrogator.
I will pretend I did not hear your last words, witch.
Huh. So what, pray tell? So there's survivors. There's people here. Okay. The 16 Universal Laws, the Mysteries, a tome containing the revelations of the Omnissiah recorded in special Binharic dialect. Only a member of the Cult of Mechanicus with the key to the cipher may partake in the wisdom of the Machine God. Okay. Cult of Mechanicus. The lumps protruding on the tech priest's bedraggled robe hint at the mechanisms implanted in his body. You see the haggard and sickly face under the archaic respirator augment. A click-clank, barely audible hiss, and only tech priest's box finishes the word identification. Request denied. Pascal turns to you, his visor gleaming crimson, registering anomalous behavior within the servant's organics and an invalid noosphere response. This unit is compromised. Well, make an awareness. You carefully study the rope clamp. A black border of necrosis spreads out from around the tech priest's implants. For some reason, his body is rejecting the true flesh. A moment later, you recognize the dominant smell of the bouquet of scents permeating the air around the tech priest, the stench of rotten meat. This guy smells worse than the grox fermented in spent promethium. I bet he tastes even worse. Pascal's box hisses with a hint of surprise. Consumption of the flesh of the members of the Adeptus Mechanicus is not recommended, irrespective of their smell or compromised state. Yeah, no, let's just get the drop on him. The tech priest draws his weapon, his robe opens, your senses are hit by feather weight of rot. Yeah.
I'll make an example out of you.
Yeah, this is gonna be quick. Alright, yeah, no, we're not getting ambushed here. Okay. I'll stay on the center. Pascal, you're up front. Abelard, you'll handle this one. Henrix, you'll help Pascal. Argenta. And Adira, backing up there. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, where do we want to go with this? Well, first things first, voice of command, making sure Abelard is up and has some extra movement. Then break your mind, sensory deprivation, then shoot.
The best defense is a good offense.
Nice, crit. Alright, assign
I'll make
objectives.
it happen.
Okay. And we'll leave it be. By the way, last volley, orchestrated firestorm. Okay. Okay. Threw a grenade at me, specifically. Okay. Wow. Actually just going straight after Argenta? Really? I'm impressed. That's such a rare thing. Okay. So then from there... Oof. And... gonna have you dash just a little out of the way.
Doubt is for the weak.
And yep, go ahead for flaming. Yep. Nice. And one more wildfire. Yep. Yeah. Okay. The next Magos goes after Adira. Wow. Not particularly. Oof. Blown up. Well, that's why they're volatile, I suppose. Yep, okay. Wow, Hendrix, my man. What a trooper, surviving all that.
You have my thanks.
Yeah. Finish this one off. Okay. And yeah. Heal yourself up, Hendrix. Adira. Alright. Go ahead and get over here. Go ahead and analyze the Magos over here. Then Psychic. Yeah, no, that's 50. Yeah, the Magos are actually fairly. Alright, Elusive Shadow. And we'll call it good there. Go ahead and stun the Magos. In the meantime, yeah. Alright. Prey on you two. Then buff us while debuffing them, and finally start smacking this one. Alright. Oh, and then yeah, go ahead and analyze him some more. Alright, Abelard. Yep. Corrupted Magos. Then Endure.
Victory is imminent.
Taunting, choose ability. Yeah, unyielding guard if he wants, but nah. No real need for it, and just bulwark. Then over here to bring out the shotgun. There we go. Well, from there, yep. Wow, you managed to help. Wow, you managed to actually hurt him. Okay, wow. You know what? Firearm mastery. Might as well. Yep.
Faith without deeds.
Alright. Wildfire, go ahead and... Yep, just keep...
I'll do it.
Okay. And from there, we're pretty much set. Henrix, get on in. Sworn enemy. Then invigorate. Yep. And psychic force. Nice. Okay. And Adira. Yeah. So, consign. Alright.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Yep. And we're about good. Yep. Abelard, just keep him going. Yeah, no, we're just basically holding this one down while we gang bust up the other one. All right. Shotgun. I just love that it works on him. All right. And why not? Firestorm. Okay. Argenta. Come over here. Start with the flamer. Alright. Run and shoot. Oh, gotta reload. Alright. Not the best first contact. I hope we will find someone to hold the conversation willingly or not. Okay. Finish him off. Yep. Okay. Now move up then. Just need to beat him down, so... Yep. There we go. That's everyone down. Corrupted Magos. Alright, basic Omniscient Axe and crack grenades. Ooh!
I always keep my
Okay,
options
now
open.
we're getting into some real... Now I can start seeing the grenades being worthwhile. Crack grenades are some of the best... Are some of the better grenades you can find. Alright. So, the place has been overrun. We took too long, the place is completely overrun. Okay, so that's a way back down. and across there, but there should be more up here, I imagine. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Bloodstains. Blood mixed with machine oil is barely visible on the dark floor, so that's probably belonged to the tech priest who didn't want to deal with this shit. Oh well.
Let us not dawdle.
There was someone here, or is a good place to set up an ambush? A bit of both.
Scorn the pain.
Alright. Okay.
Damage is negligible.
Yeah. Okay, everyone got hit
Let's
by
not
the steam.
waste time with pleasantries. Fate and fortune.
I'm at your service.
Alright. Oh well. Okay.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Alright.
The Emperor favors me today.
I always have a backup plan.
Yep. And Lex Mechanic. A small, heavily augmented man in a filthy, tattered robe stands before you. As you approach, he hesitantly looks up at you, his eyes filled with horror. A portable inscriber with a keyboard hangs from straps at his front. You can see his detached cerebral cogitator peeking out from under. You have nothing to fear from us. Deus Mechanicus. The tech priest decides to take a better look at you, after which he lets out a ragged breath and manages to subdue his shaking. He heard my prayers. I thought I was alone in the kingdom of madness and depravity. Please save me. Tell us who you are and what happened to you. I am manufacturer of Lex Mechanics Zetas 86. I performed the rituals for the machine spirits for Foundry 95. Up until we started going mad. Priests devoted to the Omnissiah suddenly started praising the dawn of something or other. They stopped the bolts, then they desecrated the visages of the sacred machines with unholy symbols. Some of them resisted, the others grabbed them, tied them up, and then they turned them, implants to heresy. I saw the madmen, my former tech comrades, deliberately connect those poor souls to corrupted cogitators. I watched as they were infected with scrap code. And do nothing to stop them. I am recording a violation of the commandment of thine own Forge a True Sentinel. Apostate Zeta 86, your accesses are hereby revoked. Please proceed with your report. The icy rumble coming from Askal's voice box causes Lex Mechanic to lower their head in fear and contrition. How did you manage to avoid the same fate? I didn't avoid it. They performed the same procedure on me. I felt the touch of the unholy code. I allowed it to control me. I abandoned my sacred post and followed one of the traitors, serving his will and gathering all the data for his blasphemous experiments. I was driven by an unholy impulse coming from the depths of my auxiliary cogitator, where the code has lodged itself. Adira appears at the Lex Mechanic. The whispers are dancing around you, latching onto you, but not for long. Maybe it will happen, maybe it won't at all. Before I found a way to throw off the compulsion, I witnessed a horrifying heresy, the extraction of true flesh and its decomposition on the altars. Prefers procedure that resulted in heretical abominations. I even accompanied a fallen Magos to the Fabricator Censor himself and attended the unholy mass personally. Oh, ungodly monster in the name of the final dawn. Lex Mechanic gestures at the wires and connectors spilling out from under his hood. Praise the gifts of the Omnissiah, I managed to disconnect my external cogitator, which was used for... okay. He ripped out the part that was locked inside it like a beast in a cage, but every Anyone who tries to look inside will fall victim to the heretical program. My perimeter bane has been marked by corruption. I still see the silhouettes, I hear the interference, I sense the malfunctions in my augments. But I will still be saved from the great sacrifice. Oh, blessed are the workings of the Omnicide has been. Henrix tenses ever so slightly at the Lex Mechanic. You see his hand casually stray to the handle of his weapon, but the interrogator is in no hurry to act. You mentioned a monster. No, not those constructs that are mixed down in the furnaces and sent to the depths of the manufactorum. It's some kind of semblance of a cogitator, a nightmarish parody of a sacred machine. Powered not by the Omnicide's grace, but by the unholy spirit of life force of the unfortunate prison on the lower levels. I don't know much, except that the fabricator sensor saw the machine as special. It was special to him and the crazies who defiled... Okay. Did something terrible, and only after they were able to switch the machine on. True abomination. Even standing near it is unbearable. I believe even those who have been deprived of the Omniscient grace will still feel his influence on them. Its monster powers are utilized for some unholy computations and chaotic calculations. Whatever the college may spew out at the end of its life cycle, no righteous soul should accept its heinous offering. Alright. Like the grace of the Omnicide left them. Okay, so they're just diagram blueprint I've ever seen. You mentioned someone's in prison on the lower levels. The lay servants of the main units, they live in isolated segments under the sacred machine halls. I heard they were locked in there after the takeover, that my crazed brethren changed the system for disposing of slag waste, and cover the machines in cursed symbols. And after they started the cogitator, they dragged the survivors out of the segments. Okay. You demonstrate exceptional powers of observation and recall someone who's happened to survive. I'm a Lex Mechanic. Gathering data is the purpose of my entire existence. That's even what they use me for. He trails off, belatedly understanding the subtext of the interrogator's words. They use me against my will. The scrap code turns everyone into their slave. Before I rid myself of the cogitator, I was forced to serve alongside those who perpetuate it. So, what do you make of it? Servant of the Omnisire must know more about the final dawn, the fabric, about this machine as well. I could give you coordinates, but even though I was present for many blasphemies committed by those heretics, all the details were captured and processed by my true flesh are in the augmatic that was corrupted by the scrap code. I am convinced that if I hadn't fought off the foreign compulsion in time, I would have been doomed. The corruption would have spread to my biological cogitator as well. The Lex Mechanic taps the finger on the device hanging from his ear and several wires. I swear that no devout tech priest should come into contact with what's hidden on that. Hendrix Express shifts to as he stares intently at the disconnected implant. Abelard notices the look on Hendrix's face, and once he does, he sighs heavily and looks away. So can the cogitator be disconnected and reconnected to another machine? Every idea of exposing... Okay. In other words, the only way to extract the data is stored in the cogitator. What are you talking about? If we connect the cogitator to the augmatic system, the Lex Mechanic will serve as a conduit for transmitting the data. We will learn the details, even if they are incomplete to the things he saw and heard, but now we recall. Anything but that. Yeah, Shep's like almost as if he's reconsidering. So, we can either basically corrupt the man's soul by exposing him to the chaos power, the chaos corrupted part of his brain, or... Yeah, they would... I mean... We can either that or we can... It'll be at his cost, the lost soul of his, for greater good. So... He has lost the grace of his machine rank and was categorized as a resource of the manufacturer and the defilement and torment of said resource if committed to advance the struggle against heresy will not be deemed an apostasy or malefaction against a living soul. Upon expiry of what unit's utility, disposal is the recommended. In other words, do it, kill them. Get the information, kill the man. He doesn't count. His sacrifice doesn't matter. I brought the holy rollers. We'll be dogmatic. We'll play the role for now. For the good of the Imperium, like a snake, Henrik's lungs... Okay. Yep. Does the job, what he needs. Pinning the hobbling Lick's mechanic, Henrik's uses his free hand to feel for the connectors of the external agitator, and then for the socket at the back of his neck. Lick's mechanic struggles for a few times, but when Henrik's twists the reel on the cogitator's hanging wires, Lick's mechanic lets out a chilling howl. And the inscriber, and yeah. The scroll creeps out of the inscriber's printer, continues to grow, undulating in waves of parchment that settle on the floor. The crunch of breaking bones can scarcely be heard over the hammering of the keys. After several minutes, the Lex Mechanic's fingers are well and truly crushed and the blood is splattered all over the inscriber. But that does not stop him from trying in vain to press keys with the scraps of his bones and skin that remain. Hendricks tears off the parchment and skims his eyes over it, sometimes frowning and looking away as though his eyes are paining him. It will take time to study his full, but at first glance, the data from Lex Mechanic Cogitator suggests something of the nature of the cult's major preparations. Refitting the Manufactorum, accumulating resources, mentions of focus points. These are the preparations for large-scale chaos ritual. It appears the local cogitator, whatever that may be, in actuality is one of the key points in this list. We can learn more if we find the construct that created the fabricate. Okay. Alright. And the Lex Mechanic to space, his mangled hand still mindly pounding the inscriber.
Is there money to be made?
Can I just kill him? There we go. Just... at least have the dignity to kill the man. Got what we got, but... yeah. Pascal... alright. Ooh. New plasma. Procyon B plasma. Not terrible. Alright. Okay. Ow.
Vengeance will be swift.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Stop it!
Okay. Yep, we took a bunch of damage and a lot of wounds. Oh well. We can always go back to the ship. But yeah, the Manufactorum's basically just been taken over. By cultists because we took too long to get here. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it would be like that regardless. Well, let's return to the Void Ship. Yep. Just to heal our wounds, lick our wounds for a moment. Alright. Alright. Gotta wonder what it'll be like. Alright. Alrighty.
Rise to the top.
And
or
everyone's
get
back
left in the
to
dust.
full health. Alright. 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 Screen's cogitator. Okay, nothing serious there. Hidden extra goodies. The warnings. Alright. Oh. And of course. Hey! So I assume you're the head of the factoid. Fabricator Sensor Cubus Delphum. The massive Magos, clad in ritual garb, lets out a Binharic trill and turns to you. From beneath the deep hood of his mantle, two dimly lit eye implants gaze at you. You hear another Binharic tirade, this time clearly addressed at you. What's the matter, little tin comrade? Forget implants on the blink? Forgotten how to speak properly? You dare address me with the vile tongue of savages, me, the steward of Kiava Gamma, lord of the machine world. Kneel, pathetic spawn, if you seek swift disposal. You propose that I, rogue trader of the House von Valancius line, kneel before you. I'm giving you 5 minutes. No, not to beg forgiveness, to speak your last words and to offer final confession. You are the troglodytes who once had the gall to oppress my comrades and resist my will. A messenger from the barbarian who drank the sacred unguents bestowed upon her through others' toil? Very well. Then your appearance is the perfect opportunity to teach your ilk a lesson. My name is Cubus Delphum. I once held the title of Fabricator Censor of the Kiava Gamma Manufactorum. But I rejected it, along with the other feathers that hindered progress. Once my faith was flawed and led naive fools from the cult mechanicus into the darkness of ignorance. Now I am this world's master, and serve the true gods. You tread upon their territory, and do not number among their legion servants. Therefore you must be subject to immediate disposal. As the senior functioning member of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Explorator Pascal Hanuman, declare this temple to the machine god compromised, and forthwith forbid all service within it. I dethrone the Fabricator Censor, the ignorant heretic who has betrayed the Omnissiah, and condemn as anathema any and all standard procedures implemented by him. Let the cycle of the blasphemous operations he has put in motion be discontinued. Pascal switches to Binharic, and you hear the dissonance burgeoning in the depths of the forge. Cathedral. Some of the giant mechanisms heed his order and go still, while others, obeying the Fabricator Censor's will, continue their work. Crashes, explosions, and the clanging and crumpling of metal signify that some of the descent among the machines has interrupted the Manufactorum's production cycle. Hanuman! Liar, you are not him! The Mens Hanuman obeys me. His mind is open to the voices of the void, and the scrap code I've created protects my world. And I'll not have you, rusted refuse from the misfit caste of explorators, call me ignorant. This statement is false. Your regalia have been revoked. You have been deemed defective and will be eliminated. Pascal turns to you and says dryly, Initiating heretic search. Designation, Demens Hanuman. I wish to execute retribution procedure. What did you do to the governor of Kiava Gamma? Is he alive? The removal of unserviceable artifacts was the first step towards retooling the world. Only my tech comrades heeded the call of truth and reached out into their cogitators and allowed them to pierce the veil of empty dogmas. Poor old Gaproc. 10 or so years back, he told me he felt uneasy in the presence of the Tin Can comrades. I mean, the esteemed Adeptus Mechanicus. He casually complained about not having been dealt a normal planet. I'll have to honor his memory with a prayer. Once we have finished purging this place, Abelard brandishes his weapon. Thankfully, the fabricator sensor here did not require any coercion to confess to treason. So you've traded one master for another. I wouldn't expected a fabricator sensor to be smarter than that. The fabricator sensor's box lets out a piercing, barely audible sound that makes your inside shudder. I will rip out your spinal column and braid it around my staff, you arrogant creature. I usually prefer negotiating to fighting. Fighting destroys property and wastes resources. But in your case, I'm afraid that extreme measures must be taken. You may be driven by your will to fight, but know this. Kiavagama has already been converted. Its lines have been restructured, and its servants have already tasted the fruits of progress. In the crucibles of this manufactorum, torrid liquid metals will be used to forge vessels for sacred spirits. The adepts are already tirelessly delving deeper into new mysteries that were once barred by false tenets. You servants of fake gods are too late. The entire might of the world will soon rise up against the anathema and his slaves. So many admissions of heresy in so few sentences. Sister, how many death sentences would you say his words warrant? I cannot answer to that, Master von Calyx. It is not my duty to measure the guilt of heretics. When the Adeptus Sororitas appear before the enemies of the Imperium, it is time to fire, not count. And now is one of those times. Your 5 minutes have passed. I hereby sentence you to death, and I will be the one to carry it out. Comrades, purge the manufactorium of any variables. I must prepare for the culmination of our great work. Cut the outsiders. Let their blood mix with oil. Alright. Yep. Okay. Oh no.
Keep your wits about you.
Well, yeah. Just gonna be a lot of...
Arrogance will be your downfall.
Let's see. Servitors up top. Yeah, just a lot of servitors. Yeah, this is... Boy. Okay. Let's see. Pascal's in the front. Abelard. We'll have you upstairs. Henrix. Whichever side ends up more necessary. Argenta. Like, there's not much in the way of range damage as far as I can tell, so... Yeah, a lot of this is melee, so... Shit. No point in taking cover. Adira and... Okay. Alright. Argenta. Well, we'll start with the flamethrower. Yeah, sure. Alright. Go ahead and just do the wildfire.
Struck is a prayer.
Alright. Revel and Slaughter. Alright. Go for the flamethrower. Yep. Nice. Okay. And Adira. I will. And go for the Psychic Shriek.
On it.
Yep. Yeah. Nice work. Heretic. Oof. Okay, that actually hurt. We're gonna need to spread out a little. Alright. Alright, Pascal. First things first, go ahead and... Yep, fry him, stun him.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Alright. As far as it goes, you are prey. Can't see you, but y'all are. Yep. And yeah. Alright. Meantime. Love that. And overcharge shot. Nice. Okay. Abelard.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
We'll just have you endure. Taunt. Yep. Yeah. And just hold
I
line
will
with...
do my duty.
Okay. Yep. And counter parries. Yeah. But didn't manage to get us to walk into the bomb, so... Alright. Let's see. Yeah, I'll come up here and help.
Opportunities.
Let's see. Well, bring it down first. So that he can swing. Nice. Then go ahead and blind this one. And Psychic Shriek. Yeah, get rid of you. There we go. Henrik's in the meantime. Yeah, go ahead. Word of the Emperor.
Let's see to it.
Buff yourself. Nice. Oh, what the hell? Daring Breach. Yeah, Psychic Force. And of course. Alright. Then from there, have you just charge in all the way over here. Magenta. Have you move over here. Let's see. Okay, they don't hit. Nice. Switch over. And wildfire. Right. Okay.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Okay. Adira. Yeah, I can get over here. And can you see him to even do psychic? No. Nope. Okay. Deep analysis. Okay. Oof. Okay. God. Alright, they got Adira. Alright, Pascal. Alright, go ahead and hack this one. Then go ahead and shoot. Nice. Okay. Alright. And of course debuff. Then from there, Abelard is just going to keep... Yeah. Just keep on the man. And go ahead and taunt. And yeah. Abelard will just keep him, working him down. In the meantime, nice. Sensory deprivation. And no, we're good. Henrix. Yep. Yeah, just hang in there. Argenta. No, it's just that's the thing. It's only allergies, so it's not like it's an actual cold or anything. So it's just my body refusing to be fully healed, I guess is the one way to put it. Unfortunately, it is just one of those things where it's all endurance. Alright. Over here to flame this guy. There we go. Revel and Slaughter. Alright. And go ahead and hopefully flame him for the last time. Perfect. Nice. Okay. Good work, Pascal. Alright. And now you'll be able to go over here. Hack the idiot. And then shoot him point blank. Then dismantling attack. Nice. And yeah, that's about all he can really do. Okay. Yep. Not much more to say, just Abelard's gonna wear him down. Love it. Alright. Abelard's got this win, so we're gonna leave him to that. Then start moving around to join the rest of the fighting. Henrik's pretty much in the same situation. Yeah, just gotta finish off the idiots. Alright. Yeah, we just have a couple of specific...
Move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Yep. Of course. Try again. There we go. Oof. Now that was a wide miss. Okay. Pascal. Alright. Yep, nothing more we can really do. Abelard, finish it off. Alright. Yeah, not much in the way of cover left to get. Alright. And there we go. And now just need to get around to the last one. Yep. Don't have a really good line of sight on him though. Who's he going? Okay. Pascal, any chance you can get a shot on him? Yeah, he's just out of range. Okay. Abelard. Screw it. Okay, yeah, that's about as nonplussed as I can be about in a trap. Yep, just gotta... Yep, I got everyone having to run over to the one corner where he is. Yep. There we go. He's now stunned, so now all that's left is just beating him into the ground. Ah, perfect. Alright. Alright. Here we go. And... and there we go.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
There we go.
I always have a backup plan.
Oh, you have to. Alright. But yeah. This was one of the easier fights. These guys were... Either I'm getting over leveled...
What's that?
Alright, go ahead and get rid of the trap.
Duty prevails.
Either we're getting really strong, or just simply showing nothing. Okay, so they've shut the power off. Dying tech priest. The pile of human remains, endlessly tossed together, emits a suffocating stench. The torn, gutted bodies once belonged to tech priests, but you cannot even glint the metal anywhere. All their implants are gone. Suddenly one of the ravaged bodies moves the tiniest movement. The tortured man's lips move ever so slightly, the half-closed eyelids twitching. The man can barely breathe without his respirator implant. It's a miracle he survived the horrific vivisection. But it takes you a single look at his gaping wounds where the augment was ripped out to realize that death was only a matter of time. And his mother's machine spirit delivered me. The Binhark Requiem coming from Pascal's Vox sound solemn and grim. Upon hearing it, the man's mutilated face twists into a weak semblance of a smile. End this suffering. Go to the Omnisaya. In a single motion, you bring an end to the long torment. After checking there are no more survivors in this pile of human remains, you step away from the nightmare's sight. The device is now evidently used to chop bodies into pieces, once an ordinary coiling fan. Ugh.
I always keep my options open.
Yeah, don't let him suffer, man. Yeah, just don't let him suffer. Alright. Looks like there's something... here. Thought so. Yep, they're not looking bad. Over here. Ah. Yeah. Alright. And... yep. More goodies. Okay. So now that we've cleaned out the main floor, let's look for... basically, we're looking for the power switch, as far as I can tell, to activate the passage to the middle. Honestly, I've only ever briefly played a Fire Emblem a little bit, and it wasn't bad, but just I don't know, the characters never really grabbed me. As you approach the cogitator, notice a number of deep scratches left by huge claws and metal surface apparent damage. The machine seems to be in working condition. Sign function. Oh, okay. Bridge is down. That was easy. Get the log. Okay. Oh, that was easy. Maglev impeller. Okay. Anything on this one? Nope. Crack in the wall. Okay, sure. Don't know why I'd want to blow it up. Athletics 100.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Alright. And what's this cogitator? Alright, force access, lamenting some irreparable loss. Oh, it's a machine spirit sufficient to trick the system to subdue it to your will. False. Okay. You gain nothing to thwart you, subdue, but defeated. Okay. You touch the levers and rest on the control panel. The machine dawdles as if drowsy. Gotcha. Waiting. Step away. Oh, okay. So that would have been a way to get get a drop on the enemies in there. They were such of a minor threat that honestly, more warp.
Rise to the top.
Marks of chaos, draw your eyes.
Dust.
Okay. So yeah, marks of chaos. Alright. Yeah, nothing special about it. It was just a machine piece that you could use to throw at enemies. And yeah, it could increase the difficulty, but I don't think it's that necessary yet. Besides, this is my first playthrough. I'm nowhere near optimizing or anything, so I'm just enjoying going through and just realizing, okay, we are getting fairly strong, though. Alright. Traps, yeah. Okay. So to unlock this one, you need to get through there. That one is set for there, so you need to go to the south. Okay. And let's see. Yep, another trap there. The contact panels, dozen breakers, buttons, latch, switch other. Contents stored on this cogitator. Supply protocol. At first glance, the typical shipping report becomes apparent that it's not the assembly parts, but the augments extracted from tech priests and spent mass, the flesh of the victims. The log looks damaged, lines are uneven, and some of the values seem impossible. After a few minutes of studying the records, you feel your head begin to swim. The stored data can only be comprehended by a twisted mind touched by chaos. The record looks like a sermon, some mad chaos worshiper. The log, clearly written from someone else's words, mentions the heart that exudes virtue and the cradle that rocks the child of truth. Okay. So it's mostly just fanaticism.
Let us not dawdle.
Okay. Yep, and of course. Okay. So this trap went off. Alright. Now we can start disarming all these traps.
Through my service.
There we go. Okay. So that's a bunch of traps thwarted. And access to the center. System accepts access codes. Okay. To the inside. Alright. And now this would be the back that we haven't been able to reach yet. Okay. So let's see. Alright.
I always keep my options open.
Oh, more goods.
Janus will remain the focus of the Inquisition's scrutiny for a long time to come. What has been happening on the planet is too grave to ignore.
I understand your insinuation, Interrogator. Now let's drop the subject.
Okay. So, trap there. And... desecrate, alter the Omnissiah, summon teeth. Okay. Alright. Some more chaos.
I'll learn from this mistake.
Mirror look makeshift, total dim light. Looks like the symbols are moving. Yep, it just gets worse the deeper in you get. Oh, okay.
I always have a backup plan.
Warp. The vats, which were previously used to store fuel, have been turned into reservoirs for blood. Of course they are. The tech priest tears himself away from his reading data slate to look up at you. His respiratory augmatic is missing. Instead, the lower half of his face is covered in the deathly pale artificial flesh. A multitude of fresh augmatics attached to his head. They seem to have been inserted haphazardly, and pus seeping from untreated wounds. I heard your footsteps in the void. You are von Valancius, are you not? Pascal exchanges a series of Benharic signals with the tech priest before saying menacingly, irritating arrest procedure. Initiating arrest procedure. This unit is using a fabricated identification code, which constitutes a grade 4 transition. Smile ominously. You are a heretic, are you not? Merely a seeker of knowledge. However, the experiments I have conducted extend far beyond the allowed limits of ordinary transmechanic. Tasked with maintaining a planetary box array. But ever since I received that strange signal, my ears have been open to what I had previously considered to be forbidden knowledge. Every night since then, I have been tuning my box station to that very frequency and listening to the voices. Am I a heretic? The fabricator censor didn't think so. He conducted inspections, but he did not prohibit my research. Later, when a mysterious visitor revealed the truth to his optics, he came to me once more. I nurtured the scrap code for him in the depths of my mind. It lives there still, eating through my synapses and building new connections that are open to new knowledge from change. Is freedom heresy? If so, then I am a heretic. The reason for your failure of this unit's operation has been established. You have fallen victim to cognitive corruption of chaos. Your computing processes have been disrupted. You are defective. Defective? I reveal the truth. I comprehend just as the Omnissiah commands. Meanwhile, your minds thrash within cage of data vows. So which one of us is defective? Pascal, do you have any preferences regarding killing a former tech comrade? Pascal switches to tech lingua, his voxen erupting a series of Benharic signals. There is no need for secrecy. Let her understand. The heretic nods in your direction with a smile. Pascal glances at you with a worry and says in Gothic, his voice doubtful, following a voluntary surrender, I will be willing to commute the punishment from immediate destruction to arrest and isolation, for the purpose of conducting exhaustive interrogation. Yeah, a wise decision, Pascal. The heretic's deranged smile remains on his dead lips. Request denied, tech comrade. You will have to pull what I know out of my head.
I'll make an example out of you.
Okay. I'm not exactly bothered one way or the other on this one. Combat Servitor, Demence himself, a corrupted Rust Talker. Yeah, this isn't looking too bad. Pascal, Abelard, Henrix, Argenta, and Adira. Alright. Ow.
Focus. Van Kellogg's. Focus.
Alright. So, well, we'll start by lighting Demence on fire. Then switch up. Go ahead and run and gun. Yeah, sure, the corrupted Rust Stalker. Okay. And Demence. Okay. Oh, his Vox Skull is actually a target.
My ears are ringing.
Yeah. Abelard's actually taken some damage. Wow. Okay. Dira. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Elusive Shadow first up. So less chance of her taking damage. Aim for the opening. Yeah. Psychic Scream. Forewarn yourself. And Analyze. Alright. Henrix. Yep, you can definitely heal yourself. Then move in. And go ahead and Psychic Force. Or just hit it. Alright. Word of the Emperor. And Sworn Enemy. Confident Approach. Alright. Meantime. I should be able to shoot both boxes. Yep.
It's as good as done.
Nice. Okay. Assign objective. Go ahead and blind this one if I can. And the only person I could is Abelard. Nah, we're good. Pascal. Yeah, we're gonna have you move up. Stun the combat servitor. Intimidate. And then proceed to start beating on him. Yep. And Abelard. Alright. Then from there, just start smacking it. Alright. In the meantime, yeah, we'll have Demence. Alright. Once again, just going ahead and throwing him up, putting him on fire more.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And... Yep. Yeah. Alright. Parried it. Now you're getting into a snipe fight with Argenta. Good luck with that. Alright, Adira. Yep. Yeah, go ahead and see if he gets a shot. Yeah, I figured not. Oh.
Anything else?
Nice. Henrix. Yep. At this point, just... Alright. What other ability was it? What's the other one? Steady superiority. Each turn... Okay. So yeah, steady superiority.
Let's see to it.
Psychic force. And then regular. Yep. Okay. And I will move up here to put you on your ass.
If not me.
Yep. And then, sister, if you'd be so kind as to apply some extra damage. Yep.
Doubt is for the weak.
Alright. Okay. And... Yep. Sensory deprivation. Pascal, go ahead and keep. Keep him hacked. Yep. Then shoot.
Request approved.
Damn. Oh well. Abelard.
A tactically sound approach.
Yeah, go ahead and start getting this
done.
one. Yep. Nice. And... Yep. Demence. Alright. Come on. Let's get this going. Oh, she needs to reload. That's what the issue is. Luckily, the first one's free. Nice. Alright. Alright. Dira. Yeah, come over here. Oh no, Demence is down from the fire. My bad. Okay. Then from here. Alright. Almost there. Here, let's finish this off. Yep. And from here, it's just the slow process of whittling him down. Nice. Yep.
Indeed.
Yep. We'll get there. Alright.
You, my emperor!
And second shot. Dira. Okay. This should be the end. Pascal stands motionless as he stares at the heretic's corpse. After a long silence, he finally says in a hollow voice, I am taking his neurocogitator. The data contained within must be analyzed to supplement the catechism of maintenance and observation. I would advise against it. It may be dangerous. Request denied. The value of data justifies the risk. Pascal leans over the corpse and activates the sampling tool on one of the mechadendrites and plunges it into the tangle of augmetics covering the heretic's skull. Alright.
Is there money to be made?
And we did get a level out of it. There we go. So Demence had the glow of dead stars, two-handed light plasma. 22 to 30 damage, nice. By this weapon affects targets in a 2-cell radius. The type of damage dealt to each target aside from the wielder is taken as warp damage. The cogitator grants the owner plus 10 to logic. Nice. Alright. I mean, that was a relatively minor fight. The curved parts, pre-formed designs. Okay. Alright, more goodies here. Alright. Oh wow, it is getting late. Set up the ladder.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
And redemption gauntlets. Each of the wearer's melee attacks made against enemies under the effect of exposed weakness. Okay. That's an interesting one. So basically, an assassin's melee. And that'll get us back up. Alright. But that's not all that was over here. There is... Oh. The game just auto-saved, so there was something important over here. Alright. I saw some alien tech in there. Yep.
Let us not dawdle.
Alright. Release the car brake. Okay. Remove the obstacle. Of course. Car is filled with refuse. Okay. Now what was the was it just to crush someone?
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, can we now get this wheel? Okay. Manual valve. Okay, so it was to get us closer so we were able to get a valve. Which probably means it's necessary for some room. Alright. But I think we're going to continue exploring this all next time, because I'm starting to get kind of tired and it is getting late. So, I want to thank you all for joining me. I have been the Ephemeral One, and this has been more of Warhammer Rogue 40k Rogue Trader. Thank you all, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now, folks. Bye for now.